Hey, Umar, where's the school you promised?
And Umar, where's the school you promised?
Hey Umar, where's the school you promised us?
We're still waiting.
For that school.
Hey Umar, where's the school you promised us?
Where's the school? Is the school gonna open, Umar?
Where's the school? Is the school gonna open, Umar?
Wait, you think I'm playing? Y'all hear that? Where's the school? They're still out there. Oh, good Garvey's great. What am I gonna do? I tricked off all that money. Think. I tell them we applied for our certificate of occupancy, but the city turned us down. Yeah.
All right. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Hope you all are doing all right. We got a lot to get into this week. I want to thank you guys again for all your support here on my YouTube page. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yeah, I was only a little late today. Okay, just a little, not a lot, just a little. But I was here. I was just chilling a little bit. Okay, I have no excuses. Okay, but I've been trying to do better. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning. Yeah, the poll question. Thanks, Deshantu, for being here. The poll question is: have you donated to FDMG or to Umar? Make sure you vote on the poll today, because I want to get an idea of how many people here have actually voted. I mean, who have actually donated to FDMG. He's been collecting money since according to Black Dot, since at least 2010. I've heard people say before that. And then, of course, he did admit that he collected donations in the form of land back in 2012. But what he tells people consistently is that he's been collecting money since 2014. It's just simply not true. Okay, he lies about that too, because he doesn't want people to know how long he's been collecting money or how much money he has collected. It's in the millions. Okay, my best estimate, by this time he should be at 3 million, because back in 2016 he said he was going to be at 1 million. So by now he should be around 3 million. Anyway, make sure you vote on the poll. Right now, have you donated to FDMG? 4% said yes, 96% said no. And that's one of the common Umar Johnson defenders are, the Umar Johnson defenders, their comment is, well, you haven't donated, so you shouldn't criticize. No, I didn't donate because I have some sense. I've donated to other people, and I've donated to people who are a person who has their own school. Okay, so that's not the issue. The issue is not whether or not people have donated. The issue is whether or not Umar Johnson is running a scam, and he's running a scam. Okay, the school is supposed to open in 2013, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, excuse me. Yeah, 2013, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Now he's saying 2027. And at some point next year, he'll change it to 2028. It's a scam. You know, when I first started doing the Umar Johnson videos, the first video was called, or consistently at least, the first video was called "A Promise That Goes Unfulfilled Is Nothing More Than a Lie." But Umar's made promises. He's made a lot of promises and collected a lot of money based upon these promises. Now, if he collected money without any promise, that's something different. But he's collected money with promises. And one of the promises was to open up a school for Black boys and for Black boys, girls. It's supposed to be a boarding school. And that was supposed to take place back in 2013. That was the grand opening was supposed to take place then. He's been collecting money the whole time. And not one Black child has been educated here. We're in 2026. And a lot of people, I'm saying, a lot of people are tired of Umar in this school scam because they realize that it's a scam. But the issue is not whether or not someone donated. The issue is that what has Umar Johnson done with the donation money? And there's a lot of different things that he has done with the donation money. Clearly, it hasn't gone. Not one penny has gone towards helping Black children. I want people to think about that because we're talking about millions of dollars. And now currently in 2026, as many of you guys know, Umar is making all types of excuses. And the main excuse is that there is a Jamaican immigrant who is sabotaging him. And this Jamaican immigrant does, according to Umar, this is all lies. He lies a lot. According to Umar, the alleged Jamaican immigrant doesn't like Umar, doesn't care for Umar, and is sabotaging the certificate of occupancy. It is simply not true. He makes up stories. He makes up lies. It's an excuse after excuse after excuse. And the truth be told, if we go back to those early days of Umar Johnson talking about FDMG, he conceptualized it in 2004. But I'm talking about it 2010, 2011, 2013. First post I've been able to find is from 2010. It's been excuse after excuse after excuse leading up today. And the current excuse is that he's blaming it on some Jamaican immigrant or a descendant of a Jamaican immigrant. He's not quite sure. That's because it's not true. He's making it up. And it's been excuse after an excuse. So if we track this going back, there's always an excuse. He never holds himself accountable. The truth of the matter is that he's not interested in opening up a school. The truth of the matter is that this is nothing more than a long con. He's a scam artist. And a lot of people are waking up to this. And a lot of people have tuned out to Umar with this FDMG school scam stuff. Okay. A lot of his donors, in point of fact, they don't support it either. Okay. So today what we're going to do, we're going to continue with our series. We're covering Umar over in Jamaica. There's two videos I want to try to see if we can get through today. One of the videos is Umar, one of the lectures that he gives up there. He's challenged by an individual while he's out there. And then there's also an interview that he did while he was out in Jamaica. I want to cover both of those things while we're doing this live stream. Okay. All right. I got 2 pairs of glasses. I just got a new subscription or prescription. And these glasses were perfect for like right here. But if I put the newer ones on, I need to come up to like right here. So really, I'm like in between. I don't know if you guys ever had that experience. For those who have glasses, I'm like in between the two. Because see, if I come back here, it's blurry. But if I put these on right here, actually, you know what? It seems like the old ones work better at least from this range. Anyway, so you'll see me switching back and forth depending on where I'm looking. If I'm looking, especially I'm looking over here, people laughing at me. Okay, hope you guys are doing okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So look, let me see something here. Yeah, I saw someone ask about where's their range. Yeah, I went through and I must have unmodded you. I'll remod you right now. Give me one moment. I apologize. Matter of fact, 100%, man. Can you type inside the chat room one more time? Because otherwise, I'll see if I can find your comment from up here. I'll remind you. I went through I've been saying I was going to do this for like, I don't know, 4 months or something like that. And I finally went through and I just took out mods who I haven't seen inside the chat room. And I just want to, if you're going to be modding here, 100% real man put butter biscuits. So let me remod you right quick. And if anyone sees this and you were a mod and you don't have a mod and you want to continue to be, you don't have a mod status anymore, you want to continue to be a mod, just contact me. You can email me or just type it in the chat room at some point and let me know and I'll remod you. It's just that I had like, I don't know how many mods I've accumulated. It was like 30 or something like that over many years. Most of the people that used to be mods, they don't come to my YouTube anymore, my live streams. So I just unmodded people that haven't been here, I haven't seen. So I must have accidentally unmodded you, but I'll mod you back up right now. Okay. And anyone else, if you've been unmodded, just let me know inside the chat room and you want to continue to be a mod. Or you can email me, let me know in the chat room and I'll get you back up in here. Okay. Okay. And I think I'm down. I want to get down to 10. I think I'm at 15 now. I'm going to try to see if I can get down to 10, but there's people who are mods, but they're still here. You know, I see them consistently. If you're going to be a mod, I don't want to put expectations on people, but if you can be here at least once a week when we live stream, twice a week preferred, then that'll keep your mod status. It's no big deal. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you guys again. And before we get going here, let me get going on the I want to stay on task with the super chats and super stickers and everything else. Okay. CJ says, tonight's game, take 5 drinks if Lenon gets so fed up with Umar's shit that he either he takes a walk around the room or lays down on the bed or Now, it's more likely that I'll take a walk, but I haven't done that in a while. Okay. There were times where I'll be live streaming in a bedroom or something, and I get fed up and I go lay down. Yeah. But it's more than likely I won't do either. But what is more than likely those two options is I'll walk around the room. Okay. All right. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate it. And we have so many wonderful memories since we've been covering Umar. There's been a lot that's happened with Umar. There's a lot that's happened with me, my family, and there's stuff that's happened to people on the periphery. There's a lot of people that used to support Umar back in the day. They don't support him anymore. One of the big supporters was Tiff DeGriff. You guys remember her. Another person is Dempsey Spears. And he was the main male. I would say that he was the main male defender of Umar. There were a lot of different people though, but back then. But a lot of people they've kind of fallen off, and they're no longer defenders of Umar. Some have become Umar Johnson critics, and so it's been a long journey and a whole lot of stories we can tell. I can tell you that right now. Okay, thanks CJ for the super chat. I appreciate it. Daxter says never ever donated Jack. Yeah, to Jermaine Kong. Yeah, and I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. Even back in the day, there's no way. Umar never had a plan. He never had a purpose. And here's the thing: he made promises. So for those of you all who have donated, how many of the promises that Umar Johnson made to you or to the Black community dealing with FDMG, how many of those promises did he keep? See, a promise that goes unfulfilled is nothing more than a lie. And Umar lies all the time. Why am I going to send money to a liar? And like I said, if Umar collected money and there was a reason for it and he wasn't promising anything, okay, I get it, because he does that too from time to time. I still wouldn't send him any money because he has different addictions. And listen, if I was a multi-millionaire, would I? No, I still wouldn't. I would give it to someone who is truly in need, not someone who's just trying to satisfy their addictions. And Umar has a lot of them. You see? So yeah, there's these days a lot of people that used to support Umar are no longer supporting Umar, and that translates to Umar in terms of donations too. A lot of the people that used to donate to Umar back in the day and consistently donate to Umar, they're not donating to Umar like they used to. And that's one of the reasons why Umar, he doesn't really talk about FDMG and he doesn't go up there like he used to. Well, there's reasons for that. Okay, one, he never cared in the first place, but number two, he can try to find other ways of getting money. Like going on these podcasts, or doing lectures or whatever. He'll still beg for money, but that's not the primary means. Well, it still may be though. It's just the effort that Umar has to go through in order to get people to donate for FMG. It's a lot more than what it used to be. He's been at this for such a long time. Okay. Thank you, Dax. And then of course, Umar uses all types of excuses. We put together a list of the main excuses that Umar Johnson followers make. And of course, they always say that you donate. Another one is you're trying to tear a Black man down. I still kind of hear that from time to time, but back in the day when Umar, he used to get a lot of defenders back in the day. No, it has nothing to do with tearing a Black man down. Okay? If you listen to Umar, it's about speaking the truth about someone who happens to be Black, who's scamming Black people, and has caused more harm to Black people than most people will ever realize. Okay? I have a video of Umar talking to these kids too, by the way. Have any of y'all seen that? There's quite a few videos that I've come up on that people have sent me over the last week, and we're gonna get all caught up on it this week. Okay, well, I plan on live streaming today, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and it's potentially my schedule going to change anyway. Coming up here shortly, I'm trying to figure out ways to save time. Anyway, I was going to make a point. Oh yeah, the excuses that Umar Johnson makes. So no, it's not about tearing down another Black man. It's about speaking the truth about someone who has a negative and deleterious effect on the Black community. But there are a lot of people who think that he's all powerful. No, that's not it at all. He's a charlatan. He will pretend. He's a pretendant. He's a chameleon. He'll say what he needs to say in order to, and do whatever he needs to do in order to manipulate Black people. And there are a lot of Black people who are still blinded by this. He's the great deceiver of our time in the Black conscious space. So me and others, because there's been plenty of other people over the years, especially with this Umar Johnson saga, who have spoken the truth about Umar. It has nothing to do with tearing a Black man down. It's about protecting Black people from a charlatan and someone who has caused some serious damage out here, both quote unquote professionally, because he's not a professional, but also personally, because he's ran through a lot of these women out here, and he's caused a lot of ruckus inside of people's homes. A lot of people don't like to talk about that, but that's the truth. Okay, and then he gets a pass. Why? Well, on one level, because people see him as some sort of a black leader, and they say it's not about the messenger, it's about the message. No, it's actually about both. And that's one of our problems as black people. We need to cut that out. If the person is unethical, they're unethical. It doesn't matter what they say. They'll say what they need to say for manipulative purposes. It has nothing to do with care for black people. But then if they're out here living a foul life, they get a pass? No. And then the other thing is that the standard has been set very low for black men. Okay, and I'm just saying that in general, it has been set. And we always making excuses for black men and black male behavior. They're doing all kind of crazy stuff. And, oh, well, it's this, it's that. Never hold them accountable. And that's what has been applied to Umar. Meanwhile, if you listen to Umar, most of the time when he talks about black people, 95, I could say 99, but let's give him some grace. 95% of the time when he talks about black people, it's negative. He's tearing black people down. Now he's tearing immigrants down. He has created, in his own mind, he's created DACA, the descendants of African, DAFA, the descendants of African freedmen in America, to delineate between black people who are of, who have ancestry, who were enslaved here in the United States of America, and then African immigrants or black immigrants from around the world. Okay, but the reason why he did that is to set up the story. That's how diabolical Umar is. The story and the narrative that he is being persecuted by someone who is not DAFA now. All of a sudden, even though he's a Pan Africanist, they're not supposed to talk that segregationist or separatist type of talk. No, that's not how they're supposed to. He's never been a Pan Africanist. But it goes to show you, he'll create a whole new, in his own mind, and talk to the people, a whole new organization, whatever. It's mental. There's nothing real about it. But he'll do that and throw Jamaicans under the bus and black immigrants under the bus, just so that he can create a narrative later on down the line where he can come up with an excuse as to why he hasn't progressed with FDMG. He's throwing you black immigrants under the bus now. That's diabolical. And he sets it up way in advance, way in advance. And that's in part what we're going to be getting into during this live stream. This is part 2 of the series. Make sure you check out part 1 if you haven't. Okay, thanks, Daxter. Sweet D says, get the no line bifocal. Yeah, I thought about doing that too, but I don't really use these all that much. Like if I'm at the computer and I'm like editing, I don't need these. But if I'm at the computer, I need to read something, then that's when I really need these. I have my notepad right here, and I need the note. The notepad is like just below this screen right here. I need these to see the writing, but everything else I'm fine. I can see perfect. It's just now it gets blurred with this. These are my new ones, but I'm telling you, I can see Chris. It's so clear on my notepad with these. These not as clear, but these ones, they're just I love it. But I've had those other ones where you just go like this and you go like that too. Okay, but I didn't want to get that this time because I only really use them when I need to see something up close and it's like text. All right. Okay, that's just part of life. You get older, okay? You think it's going to get better or it's going to stop, and it just doesn't. Next time you go to the next appointment, it's like it's worse. And so you younger people, enjoy it while you have it. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, Sweet D. Lewis Suck says glasses look a little crooked. So what? And so what? So what? Why you? What's love got to do with it? Let me stop. Miss Kogo said I need to get my eyes checked. No, I just got them checked. That's why I got the new prescription. But I haven't worn a new prescription all that much yet. I think I may have worn it maybe about 5 times. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Thanks, Lewis Suck. Dallas says, I don't know what's worse, me donating $5 to Big Sloppy back in 2015. Yeah. Or Young Pharaoh twerking last week. I haven't seen the Young Pharaoh twerk. I played the video of, oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm not even gonna look that up. I played the video, I think it was last week of Young Pharaoh where he got his nails done. What did they I was gonna say extensions on his nails. I don't know what they call it, but it's like why was I gonna say fiber optics? No, that they get the thing, the nails put on, they go to the nail salon. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyone and women in here, I apologize. I just don't know what it's called. But he went to the nail shop or the nail salon. Yeah, that's probably the same thing. And then he got them done. And it was just, I don't know. I can't call it, Dallas. I cannot call it. Yeah, acrylic. That's what it is. I don't know why I was going to Fiber optics. Yeah, cyberpunk in the future. That's what it's going to be. So, mark my words on that. If we're all alive long enough, yeah, tips. Some people said acrylics tips, French tip. What in the world? I ain't never heard of that. Yeah, then I know that sometimes they'll get fills. It's called fill-ins or something. They'll fill in after the nails grow. Anyway, he got that, and then he had they were really long, and one I thought one. I don't know. I can't call that. And then I guess this week he had something, or last week he had something going on where he was twerking. I haven't seen that one. I don't look it up. I'm not going to look it up. It's sad because I remember when he came into the Black conscious space. I was talking about this last week when we were talking about him. There are a lot of people in the Black conscious space that fell off, including Umar. But there are a lot of people that they rose to fame, and some of them rose to fame relatively quickly, like Umar. There's a whole lot of people I can think of from way back in the day. Natural Tahuti was one of the individuals I brought up last week. He's in jail. Young Pharaoh, he's fallen off. It's sad because he was younger, and I always hoped that he would get things together. Of course, Polite, he's in jail. He gets out in 2010. And Nature Boy is another person, but in particular, Young Pharaoh, it's sad. It's all sad, but Young Pharaoh in particular, because he was when he came onto the scene, he was so young, and he's still relatively young. And I hope that he can get it together. But like I said, he needs mental health services from professionals, and he also needs substance abuse issues services too to get that rectified. But now he's allegedly, because I ain't seen it, but I'll take your word for it. At this point, I figure it's probably likely based upon what we saw last week. He's twerking. Yeah, I can't call it. Yeah, thanks, Dallas. It's sad. It really is. Because you want to see people do better, and you want to see younger people do better. And I remember when he came up on a lot of money on YouTube, like he blew up. He was coming up. He came up on a gang of money. And it's like I said with Umar, you can give Umar $2 million. He's still not going to open up a fully functional accredited school. Okay? In fact, most of the money he'll use on himself, and he'll self-destruct even quicker. See? Well, the same thing happened to Young Pharaoh. There's other issues too, but the money, it can corrupt people, especially if you don't have a balance in your life, you don't have stability in your life, and you don't have people around you to hold you accountable. I have my wife. I'm also accountable to my children too. So I can't be living. There's no way. I don't even have a desire. I want a calm and peaceful life, and if you're out here doing, the types of things that Umar has done, there's nothing calm or peaceful about it, or even Young Pharaoh, because he's been involved in a lot of different scandals over the years, and hopefully he gets it together. We'll have to wait and see. It's sad. Thanks, Dallas. And that's kind of like a fatherhood thing in me, because he's young enough to, he is. He's young enough to be one of my sons, Thanks, Dallas. 100% Roman sent in 10 jewels, a gold coin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And did you get your mod status back? Yeah, let me know. And again, like I said, if there's anyone else who I've taken mod status away from, just let me know, and I'll mod you back up. But I just need people, if you're a mod, to make sure you're here consistently. That's all I ask. Thank you, 100% Roman. Black Mara says, Lenon, you need a drawer full of glasses like Fred Sanford. Yeah, I remember that. No, I got two, and I got older. I have older ones too that I can pull out, but I only need these two right now. See, this is real blurry. This is my nuisance from right here. This one is more, but see, if I'm looking right down here, this is better for that. Yeah. Actually, now the old ones seem like they're working better. Anyway, let me stop. I need to stick to one. And what I need to do is with the new ones is wear them enough till my eyes get used to them. That's probably what the problem is. Anyway, yeah, I remember Fred Sanford. He had a box. He would go over there and open up the box and then rumble through a whole bunch of glasses and put one on, and sometimes he put it back and get another one. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Blackmore. Hope you're doing all right too. User 225 says acrylics, a.k.a. Umar Johnson's favorite treatment. Yeah, that story was wild. That story was wild. I remember. Okay, thanks, User 225. What's up, Lewis Lex says, if YouTube slows up, you can use those other eye microscopes to help people. Just have them sneeze past. Come on. Just have them sneeze past those glasses, and Lenon can diagnose any element for us. Cut it out. It's not that bad, is it? Let me look at this. Because I know I had put the new ones on, and my daughter said, "Your eyes are big." They're bigger already, right? Let me see. Cause I gotta look at the what do you call it? Do I look tired? Yeah, they're way bigger, man. Yeah. So yeah, these are eye microscopes at this point. Watch it another year though. Watch. You guys will see. All right, Lewis. You always clowning me. That's okay. I appreciate it. Okay. Chastity Lee says Umar Johnson is anything you want him to be for the right price. It's a shame he has no identity because he hates the person he truly is. And this is factual. Yeah, Umar, and I said this years ago that he has an identity crisis. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't. See, he has to pretend to be whatever he needs to be in order to get money out of people. Umar is going to do it. Okay, let's do a quick list. If he needs to sell himself as some sort of professional, he'll talk about his degrees and he'll talk about how he's diagnosing children, and he's not doing that. He may even dress in a suit and tie. If he feels threatened, he turns into King Kong. Well, that first one, that's Dr. Umar Johnson. That's who that is. Another one is King Kong consciousness. If he feels threatened, like by SETI or by Zora or by Tasha K or whoever, he goes into the mode of King Kong consciousness. That's more like the thug archetype. And he'll dress, he'll try to dress as if he's tough, and he'll have a little beanie on with a ball on the top. He's so goofy. Well, that's another character of Umar. Another one is Big Papa. Sometimes he calls it Dr. Papa. Well, that's the Lothario. Okay, that's the male hoe, the so-called player archetype. Where he's trying to be smooth with the ladies. He ain't got no game, but that's Big Papa. So, and then of course, Jermaine is his core character, and that's little Jermaine. That's closer to who he truly is. But he has to. Another one is Prince Ifatunde. Yeah, that's more in line with the Ifa and the spiritual system of West Africa and this type of thing. And then he also has the Pan African. That's when the Pan African is where he wears the dashikis and stuff. Right, the Prince of Pan Africanism. So whatever he needs to do in order to get money out of people, or whatever he has to become, or whatever he has to say, he will do that. But his core identity, he doesn't really know it. He doesn't know who he is. But based upon my research and looking at and analyzing Umar for many, many years, his core personality is a child. That's why he's in a state of arrested development. That's why he's always talking about snacks, and he eats like a child, and he's sweets, and he's no responsibility. He still lives with his mama at the age of 51, doesn't have his own vehicle. He's like a child, and he expects black women, mainly black women, to take care of him financially and otherwise, for that matter. Even Umar asking random women to come take care of his mama, that's because he's a child. He don't know how to do it properly, and he doesn't want the responsibility either. But there's financial benefit for him, and also he has a residence because his mama has Section 8 housing. He can stay with his mama. He doesn't know who he is, but the core character, core personality is a little child. I call that person Lil Jermaine. And everything else that surrounds that is more of a defense mechanism. Everything else that surrounds him, it's used for survival for Lil Jermaine, because Lil Jermaine can't survive by himself. He needs his mama. He needs you black women to support him. Yeah, and you black men to support him too. Why would I donate to someone who's 51 he's 52 now. He just had a birthday. There's someone who's 52 and living with his mama and living off of his mama. I can't support that. I can't condone that. He's benefiting off of his mama. And then he's benefiting off of the black community and hasn't produced anything of consequence. Umar Johnson followers can't give me 10 things. You can't even give me 5 things that Umar Johnson has done outside of running his mouth that is tangible and real and impactful. You can't come up with 5 things. And yet he's received millions of dollars in support. And all throughout this, Umar doesn't even know who he is, because he's in a state of arrest. He's just a little boy who's living off his mama with no real responsibilities, and the black community is taking care of it. That's all that is. Right? Thanks, Chastity Lee. UT5 says, shout out to my fake nurse boots on the ground. Yeah, all right, thanks, UT5. Okay, let's get going here. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. Also, make sure you hit that like button if you enjoy the show at any point. Our goal today is 400 likes. I want to go back just to show you guys where Umar first introduced the idea of DACA. This was on February 21st of 2026, and then we're gonna fast forward to August 17th of 2026, where Umar's in Jamaica giving a lecture, and he is challenged towards the end of this lecture. Okay, so here's the video. This was on Big Loon. It's up there, podcast.
To counter, so
it's called
movement.
I'm sorry, Big Loon's YouTube pages is up there, podcast. He's interviewed Umar a lot. Okay, so
my movement to counteract the negativity of these movements we're discussing is going to be the DAFA movement. DAFA, descendants of African freedmen in America. Remember, Loon, after freedom came, we were known as.
All right, so he's making this line of demarcation between African freedmen, this means descendants of slaves here in the United States of America, and he's setting this up because later on this year, this video is from February, came out around February 21st of 2026, but later on this year, Umar announces this excuse that an immigrant now, the black immigrant from Jamaica, out of all places, Marcus Garvey from Jamaica, is sabotaging him. And he says something, and I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect that, you know, sometimes these immigrants, they don't like black people here in the United States of America. You don't hear Umar, I can't remember one time Umar talked like that in all of my research dealing with Umar. But he does. February of 21st, he sets it up of 2026, he sets it up. And then later on this year, that's when he comes up with the story about the black immigrant, the Jamaican immigrant who's sabotaging FDMG by denying him the certificate of occupancy. Umar hasn't even applied for that. And he knows that. He's just lying. Okay, but to set this up and go against everything that he was talking about before with the Pan Africanism and set it up back in February, and then later on come up with this story, goes to show you that he's manipulative. He's scandalous. Right, so that's the context. Then he's over in Jamaica. That's what we're covering in this series, which is crazy. You know, Lenon, are you going to cover Umar Johnson at Nat Turner Land giving the youth advice? Yeah, we will. I have the video. I have a video where someone recorded it, or at least part of it, and then I have a video of Umar actually recording it. Okay, which is kind of weird. We will get into that. We'll maybe tomorrow, or if not, we'll get into it on Wednesday because I want to make sure we get everything through Jamaica. But that's, you guys, when we get into that, it's going to be crazy. Okay, Umar, you can tell he don't know how to talk to no kids. He don't. Anyway, we'll get into that, Dr. Nene, probably on Wednesday. Okay, there's a chance we might get into it tomorrow. Okay, but we will get into it. Thank you so much, Dr. Nene, for the super chat. And everyone else, thanks for all super chats and super stickers. And if you send in any gifts, thank you as well. Okay, here we go. So now let's go to the lecture. This video is about 19 minutes long, but he is challenged towards the end of this. That's the part I want to get to. And then we'll get to the video where Umar's interviewed, and that's about 15 minutes long. Okay, here we go.
Silly. You're going to be that crazy to think Chinese are in love with black people all of a sudden. Have you been to China? I've been to China. I've spoken to China.
Okay, listen. When Umar says, I've been to China, that doesn't mean that somehow he knows how all people from China think. It's ridiculous. China is huge, and there's like 1 billion people. Yeah, I think it's like the second most populated. Hold on a second. How many people live in China? It's so ridiculous. Like he knows. Yeah, I know. He says, I've spoken. Okay, you've spoken in China. Just like you was fisking a water icy.
That's silly. Are we going to be that crazy to think China?
There's 1.4 billion people. It's almost 1.5, almost. That's crazy. But Umar knows how all Chinese people think. Let me tell you something, Umar. Chinese people ain't worrying about you. Cut it out.
These are in love with black people all of a sudden. Have you been to China? I've been to China. I've spoken to China. The Chinese are racist. They do not.
Here you go. He says everybody racist except black people. Anyway, Subpower says, proud to say I've never donated a one raw penny. Yeah. I never had, and I never would. I would never donate. There's no, I've donated to other people, like I said, but there's no way. It's just be a waste of money. That's all I'm saying. And if people want to donate, they're welcome to do so. They can donate to Umar, but don't expect any of the promises that he made that caused you to want to donate in the first place. Don't expect those promises to be fulfilled. That's all I'm saying. And if people think that they're going to be fulfilled, okay, well, that's on you at that point. Not you, So Power, but the people who want to donate, that's on them. Thank you, So Power. SW says, sad he ignored his own 3 kids, but wants ours. Yeah. So he's talking in front of these children, and you can tell he ain't raised no children. He don't know how to talk to children. There's a certain way you got to talk. And even deeper still, if you deal with certain types of children, you got to approach things, but he's out there yelling and just, you know how Umar, he's always overbearing and everything is negative. Kids don't want to hear that foolishness. But anyway, the point is he'll go out and talk to other people's kids, but he ain't talking to his own. Now that's diabolical. Thanks, SW. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Like African people, they can't stand us. In fact, if you overstay your visa in China, they will fine you and fly you out. They don't wait for you to decide to leave. They will fine you and fly you out.
Well, listen, you're in another country. What are you talking about? I don't even know if that's true, but if it's true, so what? You have a visa, a time to be there, and your time to be up out of there. And if you ain't gonna be able to make it for the time to be up out of there, just go extend it. That's all you got to do. What is he talking about? Yeah, I know. It's not that they don't like black people. They don't like Umar. Umar Johnson better not talk about China 225. Yeah, you better watch it, Umar. Okay. Thank you, 225. Anyway, he couldn't get any cookies in China. That's why. Yeah, he came back frustrated. Yeah, they kicked him out of China. They said, "Get your ass." Let me stop. Here we go.
Don't forget what the Chinese did to our African brothers and sisters during COVID. During COVID, what did they do? They accused all the Africans of bringing COVID into China, and they mass deported Africans.
Well, over here in the United States of America, from what I remember, there were people over in the United States of America blaming it on China. Right? So what are you talking about, Umar? Did anybody remember that? Hit the 1. Oh, don't you start. Don't you start. Okay. Umar Johnson better protect his backside. All right. All right, you dude. Yeah, you guys remember that? Yeah. What they were smuggling from China. Listen, from what I remember, that's what the story was back in the day. What's up, Jimmy? Radar for Robin? Yeah, that's what I remember from back in the day. I just oh, they still do? They still blame Chinese for COVID? All right. So I don't know what's up, second to? I don't know what Umar talking about. That's what I remember. Yeah, I know, Dexter. Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought I was tripping. What's up, brother Jose, Donna, and Joshua? Joshua's in the building. Francisco. How's it going, Francisco? All right, let's get back to it. How's it going now, Black Anonymous? What's up, Jay Positive? Yeah, shout out. Okay, here we go.
Even those who have been living in China for decades, brothers and sisters. If the Chinese disrespect black people, why do black countries roll out the red carpet for the Chinese?
Okay. Why does Umar think that everyone in the country is the same? It's ridiculous. And this assumes that what he's saying is true in the first place.
And the Indians are no better. The Indians are no better.
Yeah, you right about that, Easby. Yeah. Chinese, they love from Kobe Bryant. Rest in peace. Yeah. Rest in peace.
At all. Do you think it's a coincidence that the former vice president of the United States was an Indian, Kamala Harris? Do you think it's
Well, she was mixed, Umar, in all fairness. Okay.
a coincidence that the current FBI director is an Indian, Kash Patel?
So what? What does that got to do with anything? There's a lot of successful Indian people from India. What are you talking about? First you're going in on China, now you're going on Indians too. There's a lot of successful Chinese people in the United States, boy, they whooping ass. Are the Asians? What you talk about, Umar? Anyway.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the current mayor of New York City, Mamdani, is an Indian? Do you
Okay, what does that have to do with anything, Umar? Because there's plenty of other mayors in the United States of America. What are they all Indian? There's black mayors. What are you talking about?
think it's a coincidence that the wife of the current vice president is an Indian?
Okay, what does that have to do? So what? So what, Umar? What does that got to do with anything? Barack Obama's wife wasn't Indian. George Bush's wife wasn't Indian. Trump's wife isn't Indian, allegedly. I'm just playing. What's her name? Malalia? Yeah, she's not Indian. Okay? I don't know what she is. I thought she was Mexican, to be honest with you. There's some I said she's Mexican. She looks Latino. What do anyway? 55 says, then why Africa welcome China more than you? I know, but Umar's tripping though anyway, because he act like all people from China are the same, all people from Africa are the same, all people from India are the same. All right. Thank you. Let's keep going.
When did the white man fall in love with India? I'll tell you when the white man.
Let me tell y'all something. There are people in India who are darker than a lot of black people over here in the United States of America, including Umar. So Umar, you need to cut it out.
Fell in love with India when they surpassed China as the most populated nation in the world. India has a population of 1.5 billion people. China has a population of 1.4 billion people.
Okay. And?
But the problem is China is 3 times the size of India. India is overcrowded. China is overcrowded. And so India and China are looking for countries that they can colonize so they can discharge their excess population. And if Jamaica is not careful, Jamaica in 50 years will be a colony of the Chinese. In 30 years.
Huh? What? He just be saying anything. Jamaica ain't that big, Umar. What are you gonna send all their people to Jamaica? The 1.4, whatever.
You will be a colony of the Indians. Imagine that.
This guy, imagine that. This is his hypotheticals. He just be, what are butter noodles? I haven't, sweet tea, I ain't heard of no butter noodles. That sounds like something they have at a Diddy party. Some butter noodles, I don't know. YouTube says he don't know New York City mayor was born in Uganda. Was he really? Are you playing? Let me go see. What was his name? Patel mayor, born in. No, it don't. Oh, well, let me. I'm looking at like, you know, because Patel is like John, like a last name Johnson. So let me see. Yeah, I think someone mentioned this last week. The current mayor of New York is Zohran Mamdani. Oh, I'm thinking of somebody else who was born in Kampala, Uganda. Yeah, that's who you're talking about. Yeah, so Mangdani was born in Uganda. Yeah, so he more African than Umar. Anyway.
Land of Garvey and Marley. Imagine that.
D. Will, what's up, man? Says, according to Umar, one person represents an entire country. Yeah, he's so backwards. But I think that's part. Umar does that because when he paints the narratives, he wants to kind of simplify things. Because if you look at it with the complexities that's really necessary, and you're acknowledging that within a city, you got different groups of people, and then within those groups, there's differences, and then it just goes on and on and on. You know, within one country, there's all sorts of different cultures and what have you. Same thing here in the United States of America. There's not one American culture. That's not how things work. Okay, an excellent place is New York. Well, New York, there's all types of cultures that are represented in, in a relatively small space too. But Umar, he likes to oversimplify things for narrative purposes, so he can paint narratives. So it's easier to say, all Chinese people are racist, or that they're all this way, or that all Indian people are all racist, or they're all this way, as opposed to recognizing that the complexities of the human experience and human expression, personality, orientation, whatever the case may be. But for narrative purposes, Umar, he'll paint a whole group of people as being one thing, right? But then on the other hand, if another group of people painted all black people as one thing, then all of a sudden it's racism. Okay? But he does that specifically for narrative purposes. He oversimplifies, and it's actually quite dangerous because he'll paint a whole group of people in a negative light, right? And there's people from India that are great, people from India who aren't so great. Okay, I'm talking about just how they view black people or how they treat other groups of people, not just black people. Well, same thing in China. Right? But Umar, he just running his mouth as usual. Thanks, D. Will. U225 says, 225 says, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Okay, all right. Thank you for that. D. Will says, serious question. What about the school? Has he even mentioned it at all? Now, towards the end of this video that we're watching here, D. Will, they ask him about the school, but you guys will see how Umar, he deflects. He gets off of it real quick. Umar, he don't talk about FDMG all that much. You guys remember back in the day, he used to talk about it all the time. He would be up there all the time. It's almost like he was bragging. But after year 3, 4, people still like, wait a minute. But then Umar, you can tell he never intended to open up a school, but his interest in at least pretending, because he's a pretendian too. He pretends I'm a school psychologist. No, you're not. I'm old enough for school. No, you're not. I'm the most requested scholar. No, you're not. Not even a scholar, let alone the most requested. So he pretends a lot. Back in the day when he first got these traps, he used to talk about this all the time because he was in pretend mode. He was getting gang of money too. But in more recent years, he don't listen. Umar don't bring it up like that. Back in the day, he would bring it up and no one asked him about it. These days, people have to ask him about it, but he gets off of the topic real quick. He moves on real quick. Right? And you'll see it right here. And see, here's the thing. If Umar has raised millions of dollars, you would think that after raising millions of dollars, that your main talking point is whatever it is that you raised the money for. But he doesn't want to talk about it because he doesn't want people asking about the money. It's a failed project, but he still asks for money. But he don't want people asking questions. See, but there is someone during this video right here who does. It's towards the end. Okay, there's like a question and answer. Okay, all right. Thanks, D. Will. Okay, let's get going. Here we go.
Saw Sam Sharp and Paul Bogle. Imagine that. The land of Mother Nanny and Captain Cujo. Imagine that. The land of the
What is he talking about?
great John Brown Rustworm turned into a colony because Jamaican people forgot that African people have no friends. Brothers and sisters, is I would start a farming initiative, a grassroots farming initiative.
Cut it out. Stop. You ain't gonna do nothing. Can you guys imagine Umar trying to farm? He's so lazy. He don't like doing work. And that's that's manual labor. Has anyone ever seen Umar gardening? Out of all these years, see, back in the day, before Umar was really popular, he would talk about this gardening initiative. And it was like going into the hood to create community gardens. How many people knew about that? Hit the one. This is a long time ago. He stopped talking about this stuff a decade. It's been over a decade. And what he was proposing was that in addition to teaching people how to plant gardens and stuff in the hood, that he was going to be taking people over to Africa to learn how to do it, as if over here in the United States of America, we don't know how to, we don't know how to garden over here. You got to go get that African gardening because, you know, that's all they do up over there, allegedly. That's what Umar, that's what he's saying. That's all they do. They plow the fields and with their cattle. He's so backwards. He's so backwards. I think about it. That's Umar. He's so goofy. It's like we got to learn how the Africans do it, okay? Because they're masters at gardening and tilling the soil and planting because it's cultural. They got professionals over there too, Umar. Just so you know, they have skyscrapers over there. They have airplanes, computers. Umar's so backwards. But he don't talk about that kind of stuff anymore. But let me tell you why he's bringing it up here, though. He's bringing it up here because he's backwards, okay? He's backwards. His thinking about these other countries is backwards. They're, you know, even though they're in Jamaica, so yeah, over there, that's all they got going on is how to plow the field and stuff. They don't got computers. They don't got air traffic control towers. They don't have skyscrapers over there in Jamaica. I don't know. They should. I know they have large buildings, I'm sure, with electricity, Umar, if you don't know that. The point I want to make here is that when Umar talks about these other countries, whether it's in Africa or any other place where it's predominantly black people, he actually disrespects and downgrades. And so it's like, hey, listen, yeah, we're going to a gardening initiative. That's why he's bringing it up over here. Listen, Umar, to be clear, not all Jamaicans are farmers, just to be clear about that, sir. I'll take the sir back. Just to be clear about that, clown. When you go up over there to Africa, not everyone, there's not all farmers over there. Okay, you have professionals over there, just like you got them here in the United States of America. Stop downgrading these other countries. That's why he's bringing it up here. He thinks he's superior. He thinks he's better because he's American. Well, according to him, he's African. He's in America. He's so backwards. Umar said that he spoke to China. Yeah, to all of China. All 1.4 billion people. That's what Umar said. He spoke to China. And evidently it was black people over there in China that he was talking to, but they represent, while he was talking to them, they represent all of China because Umar spoke to China. Okay, Randy, let's say that you stay in Cali, just as a hypothetical. I'm speaking to Cali. Does that make sense? Sweet D, I'm random. Sweet D, let's say you stay in Mexico. Okay. Hablas español. I'm talking to all of Mexico right now. Okay. Thank you, Damon. Damon says, I'm a Jamaican and I'm not a farmer. Okay. Someone said, I'm speaking to Pyru. Yeah. Any bloods listening to this right now? I'm speaking to all Pyru. Okay, anyway. Well, he's a trip. Thanks, Randy. How's it going, Sequoia? Says, I never seen him on a dirt bike in a helicopter throw a football. Yeah. All the stuff he said he gonna do for these kids, you ain't never seen him do it. Maybe not everything. Let's just come up with 5 things. So dirt bike team. No, I've never seen Umar on a dirt bike. I used to ride dirt bikes back in the day with my ex. How would you call that? He's my wife's. No, it's my wife's. He's he was my sister's husband. So I don't know how to say that. He would be my brother. So ex brother-in-law. So when we was kids, me and my brother, he had like 2 dirt bikes, and he taught us how to ride them. I banged my knee up real bad. I was injured for a while. We didn't wear helmets or nothing. He was good too. Good dude. That just didn't work out, him and my sister, but that's all. We still communicate every once in a while to this day. He was older too. So have we ever seen Umar on a dirt bike? No. Okay, he said he's gonna teach the kids how to fly helicopters. I've never seen Umar fly a helicopter. I never seen him fly one. I don't remember Umar ever saying he's gonna teach them how to play football. He may have, but I know he did say they're gonna have basketball tournaments. I did see Umar trying to shoot inside the gym one time, right? But there's a lot of stuff that Umar says he's gonna do with the kids. I've never seen Umar do himself, including gardening. Thanks, Akoya. U25 says, my Chinese relatives would ask, why is Umar Johnson so... Thank you, U25. How's it going, guys? Little Princess says, dirt bike team. Yeah, Umar be saying anything. Yeah, I remember he said that in February 2019. I've never seen Umar on a dirt bike. I don't even know why would you come up with that? What are the liabilities associated with having other people's children in Wilmington, Delaware at this fake funky school riding dirt bikes around? See, I just think that that's one of Umar's, his childhood. He wanted to ride dirt bikes. So he just throws that in there as something he thinks is going to pop off at this fake funky school. That's crazy. I've never seen Umar ride a dirt bike. I've never seen him ride a motorcycle. Motorcycle, as we used to say. Anyone ever seen Umar ride a motorcycle? So what is he talking about? I wouldn't get on one of these. Nope. But when I was a kid, my sister's ex-husband, they weren't married at the time. They weren't married. They got married a little bit later. He had dirt bikes, and he took me and my brother and taught us how to ride. That was it. But these days, there's no way I wouldn't even get on one of them things. Nope. I'm too old for that. Thanks, God, little princess. Okay. Make sure if you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that like button. There is a poll question. Have you donated to FDMG? 6% said yes. 94% said no. Yeah. Real quick. Brody says, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Brobby says riding dirt bikes is something they do in Philadelphia. Okay, well, maybe that's where Umar, he figures, hell, they're going to do it in Wilmington too. But I've never seen Umar riding a motorcycle. The other thing is that if that's something that they won't plan, wouldn't he have some motorcycles lined up by now? And who's paying for the motorcycles? The gas, they buy them, and the gas and anything else. It only makes sense. Miter Sangita says, Meter Sangita says, I have not seen Umar run. You think he can run? I don't think so. He has issues with his legs. It's been a long time. I think he has something going on with his hip or knee on one of his legs. You know, it could be something dealing with sciatica. I've gotten that in the past too. It's nothing nice. So no, I haven't seen him. Well, you know, that's not true. I saw Umar try to run one time. I saw Umar try to run one time in a video. And the reason why, well, I'll show it to you. This is the only time I've ever seen Umar run. Okay, what year was this? This would be, I want to say 2015. Let's see. Nope, not 2015. Let's try 2014. And I remember last week I told myself to remember what year it was, and I don't see it in 2014 either. I thought it was 2014. No, it has to be 2014 or 2013. Okay, I don't see it in 2014, so let me go to 2013. Because I found this recently in a documentary. I'm in 2013, or I'm in 2013 or 14. I can't remember, but that's when I happened to run across this video, and it's still not coming up. All right, I'll find it, but let's get back to this video. Let me just check. Excuse me. Let's check 2012 right quick. Yeah, here it is. It's 2012. Okay, so from now on, September 1st of 2012, that's when this came online. I'll remember it moving forward. This is the only time I've ever seen Umar running.
We are burial site of Harriet Tubman.
All the ancestors. That's right.
This right here is.
Give us that energy, Queen.
This is.
Give us that energy.
Ross Simeon.
That's right.
And Dr. Brother Umar.
That's right.
This grave that you're standing in front of is who?
Queen Mother Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman. We doing some ancestral. Doing an ancestral visit right now with Dr. Umar Abdullah Johnson.
In Auburn, New York?
In Auburn, New York.
Where it's cold at?
Hicksville, Crackerville, whatever you want to call it. It's cold, and I'm ready to get out of here. I love my ancestor. I love Harriet Tubman. A true warrior.
That's right.
To the very essence of the word.
chief architect of the underground.
Yes, yes, sir.
True example of black womanhood, black manhood, and revolutionary spirit.
And we just poured libations to her.
That's right.
To honor her spirit, her energy.
All right, Queen Mother.
Give me a moment of silence in the raised position.
All right.
Both hands.
Both hands. Both hands. Don't tell about day. Both hands.
It's cold up here.
There you go.
They said that we came from Brother Umar out of Philly. We got Brother Umar out of the Philly area. They said that we'll find Harriet Tubman buried under one of the largest spruce trees in the cemetery, right?
That's right.
One of the largest spruce trees in the cemetery. They said you'll find Harriet Tubman's grave.
Okay, this is the only time. This is the only time I'll ever see Umar running, and it's because he was cold. Listen, I got on the treadmill about a month ago. so okay, every day I'm gonna get on this. Yeah, about a month ago. I'm gonna get on it. Okay, I ran a mile. I sure did. There's times I'm running late for work. I get out of the car, the parking lot. I have to run to get to I don't want to be late. Okay, but I never see Umar run. Only time I ever see Umar running, if that's what you want to call it, was because he was trying to get out the cold. Okay, here we go again.
It's cold up here. They said that we came from.
That's not he right. He ain't running. He's frolicking. It's true. I just try to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. He ain't running. He's kind of scooting along.
Brother Umar out of Philly. We got Brother Umar out of the Philly area. They said that we'll find Harriet Tubman buried under.
Yeah, Larry. He was waddling. So okay, so let me take this back from earlier. Who was that? This was Sangeeta. Yeah, so no, I haven't seen him run. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because that's not running. Your arm don't fling back like that. When his arm was flinging back like Oprah in The Color Purple when she was walking. That's not running. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Usually Tupac says, Umar Johnson ain't ride a dirt bike. He rode Lene. All right. But someone in the chat room would ask, what happened to my bike? It's not a. Oh no, I haven't ridden. I got a bike sitting in the garage collecting dust. Okay, cobwebs and everything. I just haven't had time. I have not had time. I bought myself a bike and everything. I was riding and everything. I was getting my exercise in, and then I just stopped. It was after I crashed. I fell. After that, I haven't been on it since. Now that I think about it, I think I have some what do they call that? When you, it's a trauma, but then you what do they call that? Yeah, I think that's what's going on with that because I should have gotten back on it. Haven't got back on it since. There's a term I just can't remember the term right now, but it's sitting in the garage. All right, where were we? Miller Time says, do they have HVACs in Jamaica? Yeah, I'm sure they have HVACs in Jamaica. Okay, not everywhere, but I'm sure they have them. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, Dr. Nene. I think I have PTSD. That's what that is. I haven't thought about it until just now when someone brought. Yeah, because I crashed. It's not a phobia of riding bikes. What it is I had that experience, and since that time, I ain't got back on the bike. I was thought about why am I got back on the bike, and it's PTSD. I'll get back on it. I'll get back on it. Okay, but I was coming around this corner near where I stay, and I got to turn this water off on this because I have this sink just slow dripping into this plant, and I just said it before I start the show. I need to move the plant anyway. So I was coming around this corner, and when I was coming around the corner, there was these kids that was young kids, you know, like not toddlers, but younger children. They were playing like near that area. So when I came around the corner, I took a wide turn because they were closer. They were in the grass. I didn't have to do it, but I was just being safe. And I was going too fast. So when I turned back up, and then I started coming up like this ramp. It's not a ramp, but the sidewalk starts coming up, and I didn't account for the angle that I took, and I wasn't going. Once I took that long angle and came back up, I should have kept pedaling, and I didn't because I was trying to be careful. And by the time I got up to the top, no, when I came around, I was going too fast. That's what it was. I was coming too fast, and I ran into these this gardening area, but there's bushes, but then there's like rocks. Okay, and then when I got into the rocks, the wheels started slowing down real quick, and I tried to brake to try to control it, and I couldn't do it that way. And then at a certain point, it just stopped abruptly, and it started to tilt like this. And I tried to jump off the bike while it was tilting over. And when I jumped off the bike, I still had momentum. And then when I hit the ground, I felt like I could catch myself with my feet. And then I took like maybe 3 steps, and then just fell and just tumbled, rolled over like twice. I caught myself once I rolled over because it could have been worse. I could have broke something. And then it was embarrassing because the kids were like, oh my God, are you okay? Anyway, that was the last time I rode that bike. I haven't ridden it since, but I'm gonna get back on it. I got PTSD. That's the problem. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Miller Time. Big, what's up, Big Dave says, sad, another homeless person that doesn't have the proper clothes for the elements. Yeah. And the thing with Umar is that he has difficulty with, and he's talked about this. I have videos. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but he has difficulty regulating his body temperature, and it's a serious issue. So there's times where Umar would be speaking, and they would put a fan on him. You know, probably didn't have air conditioning. It was probably hot or something like that. And Umar would start talking, and then he says, there's quite a few videos. He'll say, where's that air coming from? And then they'll say, oh, it's this fan over here. And he'll say, oh, just turn that off because I don't like the cold. It's just something as simple as a fan blowing on him. I have quite a few videos of him doing that. It usually happens in the beginning of his talks. There's other scenarios too where he talks about the temperature. So he has a difficult time regulating his emotions and his body temperature. So when he's out there in these types of conditions,
the largest.
Yeah, this video, it came online September 11, 2012, but clearly there's a snowstorm that just had come through there. You can tell even how he's standing. He has, you can see it right there. You see how Umar, he has his hands his fists all balled up and up into his sweater. He's rocking back and forth because he's trying to warm himself up. So he has this issue, you know. And it's strange because in Philly it's cold, it snows quite a bit, and Umar, it's a physical issue with this guy. Yeah. What's up, Ernesto? Or Ernest? Is it Ernesto? No, Ernest Hoffman.
Black manhood and revolutionary spirit.
We just poured libations to her.
That's right.
To honor her spirit, with her energy.
All right, Queen Mother.
Give me a moment of silence in the raised position.
All right.
Both hands.
Yeah, this is a bunch of foolishness anyway.
Hold up our shit. It's cold up here. They said that we came from Brother Umar out of Philly. We got Brother Umar out of the Philly area. They said that we'll find Harriet Tubman buried under one of the largest spruce trees.
Wow, that's great. So thanks, Big Dave. What's up? SH Play says, Umar trying to run makes me want to go to the gym and take better care of myself. Yeah. Well, I would encourage anybody, if you're older, to do what you can. You don't necessarily have to be to go to the gym, because we have a treadmill too. I only used it like one time, really. I ran a mile. I was proud of myself, but I haven't had the time to get back on it. Do your best. You know, I've gone to the doctors, and there's stuff that he gave me a list. This is what you need to work on, and I have been working. The biggest thing is more exercise and But I'm supposed to be losing more weight. I've lost some, but I still got a ways to go. But when we get older, you know, and really the idea is when you're younger, if you're a younger person, start now. You know, start now. So yeah, SH Play. We should all take better care of ourselves. And I'm doing my best to do so. I'll change my diet even. You know, it wasn't that I was eating bad, but there's always room for improvement. Thanks, SH Play. And then U225 says, Lenon, $1,000 per backstroke. How? Stop. What are you talking about? I'm gonna have to start reading yours before I read them out loud. Okay, let's keep going. Thanks for all the success, everybody. Here we go.
Jamaican government would bring organic seed into Jamaica, and we would equip all of the family.
Okay, what? They don't have. What is he saying? That what? They don't have organic seed in Jamaica, Umar? Is that what you're saying?
Is I would start a farming initiative, a grassroots farming initiative where the Jamaican government would bring organic seed into Jamaica, and we would equip all of the families on the entire island, and together as a force, we would build crops, we would raise our own chickens, our own cattle, we'll grow our own rice.
Okay, they don't need your help to do that, Umar.
We will produce our own eggs.
He just said, Umar will say anything. We're going to produce our own eggs.
Everything that we need to consume, Jamaica would produce it itself. Why is Jamaica importing food that Jamaica can grow?
Well, there's food that they can't grow too down there. And in many cases, it's more cost effective to just import. Umar don't understand that. He has no clue about what he's talking about. Yeah, and on top of that, they already grown food out there. How's it going, Crystal? On top of that.
Why is Jamaica importing animals that Jamaica can raise? If you allow the Chinese to feed you, the Chinese can kill you. If you allow the Indians
what in the world?
To feed you, the Indians can kill you. The first thing that the Jamaican government needs to do is establish a food sovereignty program. Jamaican families, Jamaican farmers, let Black Jamaica feed herself. In Jamaica, if you're telling me that an island, 4,200 square miles, 3 million proud Jamaican Africans, if you can't produce your own food, then God must have made a mistake when he made us. You can make your own food.
Did Umar just say God is a mistake? What? Did he just say God is a mistake? I'm telling you, Umar will say anything, running his mouth. That's a kilo. Maybe I got that wrong. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like I know. Real talk, Roddy. They probably grow more food. More people out there probably grow more food than up over here. Okay. I mean, per capita, if that makes sense. But anyway, it sounded like he said, did he say the Black people mistake then after that? Let's see. Here's a 225 says, only mistake God made is you. Dang. All right. D. Will says he must not realize some food doesn't grow in certain climates. That's what I was saying. You know, that some places can't grow certain things. Umar is so stupid. Umar, he don't. That's what I'm saying. Even the idea, D. Will, of Umar, he's going to be the one that's going to do this. I don't know, Africanized farming. That's let me stop. It's just ridiculous because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Some places you can't grow certain things. Certain places you can't. You can only grow certain things. Like what is the place they grow a lot of potatoes? Ireland, I think it's Ireland. They grow a lot of potatoes out there. Okay, but I highly doubt with the weather out there that they're growing. I don't know, watermelons. I don't know. Maybe they do it nowadays. They're genetically modified. They got they got watermelons growing on the moon, evidently. But Umar, he don't know that. Yeah, Idaho, they grow a lot of potatoes too. But I think there's a place over there up over. I was gonna say the UK. That's not. Is that part of UK? Someone explained that to me before. We're in. Yeah, well, they're growing everywhere, but there's a certain spot. I think it's Ireland. What's the other spot up over there? Ireland. We had gone over this, and I thought I had it in my. Let's see, Ireland. There's a UK. Okay, North. Oh, well, that's North. Yeah, I think it's Ireland. Yeah, Irish. Anyway, Umar, he don't understand that. Clearly, he doesn't understand that. Let's do this real quick. Are there any countries that cannot grow? Let's just say bananas, because I love me some banana. Okay, they need warm weather between 59 degrees Fahrenheit and 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, frost and freezing temperatures kill the plants. So here are just some. This is just to prove your point and my point too, because I was trying to explain it earlier. Examples of countries that cannot grow bananas: Canada, Russia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Mongolia, the United Kingdom. So there are certain things you can't grow in certain places. In some places, it's too hot to grow certain things. Let's do this. What crop cannot grow in Jamaica? Temperate climate fruits and vegetables such as apples, pears, strawberries, plums, kiwi, broccoli, and asparagus cannot successfully grow in Jamaica due to its tropical climate and lack of suitable chilling hours. Okay, apples can't grow there. Apples, pears, strawberries, plums, kiwis, broccoli, and asparagus. Yeah, I'm surprised they can't grow apples, but yeah, I guess apples can't grow everywhere because apples they're all over the place. Thank you, D. Will. Umar don't know what he's talking about. Clearly, he doesn't know anything about farming or anything. Thank you for the super chat, sir. The Fupa Trooper says, will Umar Johnson plant a cookie farm? Okay. I'm thinking about I'm not even going to translate what you're actually asking. Okay. Thank you for being a member for 9 months. We'll get together 2 members only of it. We'll do part 2 of we're doing Cheyenne Bryan and some other crazy. It's crazy. YouTube 5, we'll do that this week. YouTube 5 says, when Jesus rose back up to heaven, he pointed to Umar and said, yeah, Dad, this ain't. This is not the one. Let me stop. Okay. Thanks to the 225. Yeah, Umar said that God was a mistake. So we're going to have to. Someone said mango too. Let's see. Let's see. Because I like mangoes too. Where can mangoes output not grow? Mangoes cannot grow outdoors in temperate regions, areas with frost or freezing temperatures, or places lacking year-round warmth. Like Canada, Germany, most of Europe are too cold. Cold U.S. states like Utah, Montana, Mississippi. Mississippi get cold? I thought Mississippi is hot. I didn't know that. Anyway, okay. Did I get to all the super chats? Okay, I'm all caught up. Okay. Thanks, user 225. All right, let's get back to the main video because we're gonna make some progress now. We kind of got blowed off. Anyway,
we as African people got to stop sitting around. Jamaican families, Jamaican farmers, let Black Jamaica feed herself. In Jamaica, if you're telling me that an island, 4,200 square miles, 3 million proud Jamaican Africans, if you can't produce your own food, then God must have made a mistake when he made us. You can make your own food. We as African people got to stop sitting around waiting for governments controlled by white people to do for us what we can do for ourselves. Marcus Garvey said, self-determination, self-reliance, do for self.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't. I don't see where's my cell phone. Oh, let me go grab it over here.
Jamaican government won't do the right thing. The Jamaican people should do the right thing. Let's stop making excuses. This is our world. This is our life. This is our children's future that we're playing with. And speaking of the school system, if they don't want to teach the Honorable Marcus Garvey in Jamaica schools, why can't we teach it in the roster houses? Why can't we teach it in the community centers? Why can't we teach it in the churches? Why do you need the government to...
Okay, Umar, where's your school? How about that? You always talk about what people need to do, but where's what you doing? Randy says, I have been doing good at not bringing up Rule 30, but then you have to go and say the word frolicking. Okay. Yeah, that was wild. That year was wild, y'all. Yeah. I told people just not to bring it up anymore, but people still talk about it from time to time. I usually try to ignore it, to be honest with you. Let me text my wife right quick. My apologies. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get her to get my son to go get, because I had to order a carpet. I didn't want to do it. I don't want to spend the money, but I had to order a carpet cleaner. I need to clean these carpets. I'm frugal. I didn't want to pay a professional to do it. I said I'll do it myself. I actually like I don't know for how long, decades. I like cleaning carpets. You know, I don't know what it is, but you start and you know, it's there. You know what they call it, ASMR, whatever it's called, like on YouTube, whatever. Like they'll show something packing something, and you watch, and there's something about it. You just be like, oh, that's awesome. You just be sitting all calm. Well, I get that same type of effect when I clean carpets. So anyway, I want to make sure that we're bringing it in the house. So I'm gonna see if my wife can get my son to go get it. Anyway, thanks, Randy. Yeah, I remember that. That was wild. I call Cap. Says, why does it look like he's speaking at a disco club? It kind of does. I don't know. This kind of looks like a open. I don't think that this is an event where it's like, well, no, it could be. I kind of assume that it's like kind of an open space, like where it's not like an actual building. It's more like I don't want to say a shed, but you can look at the ceiling. I think this is actually kind of like outside on I don't know what they would call that. But yeah, it kind of looks like a disco or something like that. Yeah, the colors. Yeah, the lighting is changing, so maybe that's what it's set up for, like a club, a nightclub or something like that, and that's where he's speaking. He said a disco. Shout out to disco. Okay, thanks. I call Cap. Here we go.
Chickens, our own cattle. We're proud Jamaican Africans. If you can't produce your own food, then God must have been a mistake. Yeah. He made a mistake when he made us.
Yeah, I think it's like an outside deck, and I could be wrong about that, but that's what I thought. Yeah. I can watch those videos. I don't have time, but I've seen those where they just clean carpets, and I don't know what it is. It's just relaxing. So I've always enjoyed cleaning carpets for some reason. Yeah, but especially the stairs, they long past due. So I wouldn't order. It's a nice one too, but I didn't want to spend the money. But it is what it is. It's here. I'm gonna probably do it. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, at least get some of it done.
You can make your own food. We as African people got to stop sitting around waiting for governments controlled by white people to do for us.
Yeah, but Umar, you live in Section 8 housing. What are you talking about? You guys know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? You have nonprofit status with the IRS. That's government. Hit the one. Does that make sense? He always talking this type of talk, but he's a dependent. He dependent on the government.
What we can do for ourselves. Marcus Garvey said, self-determination, self-reliance, do for self. If the Jamaican government won't do the right thing, the Jamaican people.
Yad Mansion says it's a well-respected place. Okay. Do you know if it's like outside or is it inside? Let us know.
Should do the right thing. Let's stop making excuses. This is our world. This is our life. This is our children's.
I remember that government cheese when we was kids. Hit the two. If you ain't, Let's see, if you're not ashamed about it, hit the 2. I remember that government cheese. Oh, goodness. That's every time I feel bad about, like, because I wish I'd done better early in life. I just think about, my childhood experience versus my kid. I bought my daughter, because I upgraded equipment because I got all this whole project stuff I've been thinking about doing for like 5 or 6 years on YouTube. Kid you not. That's why the banner on my YouTube page, it says comedy, music, and inspiration. And that's what that was. But I never, because I got caught up in this whole Umar Johnson thing. But I'd upgraded equipment and stuff because I was planning on getting started on it this year. I've gotten a lot of script writing stuff done, but actually recording all this stuff. But one of the cameras that I got, it was on sale, but you can get, if it's not on sale, it's like $1,200, $1,300, sometimes $1,400. And my daughter's been using it. And I'm just like, okay, it's brand new. She's using it. And so what I did was I went and I got her a camera that she's familiar with, because I gave her my old camera from before. It's just upgraded. It's a better version of it. And I got that for $350, and I gave it to her yesterday. So I think about that because I remember when I was a child, I wanted to take photography classes. I was in the 6th grade, and you were supposed to have a particular type of camera. And I took the camera that we had or someone, I don't know how my mom got it, and the guy was like, no, you can't. That's not going to work. And so I had to get out of that class, and that stuck with me for a long time. So she's not in a photography class. I encourage her to do it, but she didn't want to do it. She just liked taking pictures, with her friends. She goes out on the nature walks and all this kind of stuff, take pictures. So I got in that for it. I just think back, from when we were kids and the type of stuff that we didn't have, and we were on government aid and government cheating. Thankfully, our children haven't had that type of an experience. We've struggled, though. Of course, there's always challenges and so forth. But overall, I'm thankful for that, most definitely. Okay, let me see something. Yeah, I think my wife, I think she's asleep. Yeah, I think she's asleep. She ain't responding. Okay, I got to go get this thing out from outside. Let me do this real quick. D. Will says, didn't Umar major in political science, but he doesn't understand how trade and export works? Yeah. The thing is, Umar, he got a double major. He says it's a double degree. It's not a double degree. It's a double major. That's why he won't show that degree, because you'll see very clearly. It's not 2 separate degrees. He did a double major. And there's a difference between a double major and double degree. So Umar, his first degree was a double major in political science and psychology. Yeah, psychology. But when you listen to Umar talk, and I'm not into politics, but when I hear Umar talk, you can tell he's not well versed. It's not like he spent, a decade studying political science. That's not it at all. But he pretends to be a political scientist, but he don't know anything about trade or exports. Clearly, he doesn't. Yeah, it's fascinating. There's a lot of stuff that Umar talks about. You can tell he don't know what he's talking about. And you would think that he should, right? If he's going to say he's a political scientist, he says that. That's one of the things he said, I'm a political. No, he's not a political scientist. We rarely talk about that too, by the way. Umar says that he's a political scientist. He's not a political scientist. So he gets a degree, a double major in psychology and political science, and that makes him a political scientist? Yeah. The point being, and I see your point, he don't know anything about trade or exports, clearly. Right. Thanks, D. Will. Carlos says, hitting the Lenon Cash App for a carpet. I already bought it. I didn't want to do it, but because the carpets, I've been telling myself, they're not bad, but I noticed that kind of stuff. I'm real clean about stuff, and they need to be clean. We have a smaller thing. We actually had a carpet cleaner, but we had it too long. It broke down, I don't even know if I think I just gave it away or something like that, or threw it out. But we have a smaller one, like a handheld that we use. But I want to clean every single corner like that I can get to, at least. Move these couches over, move all this stuff out, put all that over there, and go line by line. And get these. I may even start tonight if I feel like it after this live stream. Okay, thanks, Carlos. Kogo says, say do for self, but survives on donations. Excellent point. Excellent point. He's always saying we need to do for ourselves, but all Umar does is ask for other people to do stuff for him, including send him money. Let me give you guys another example of this is such a good point. Let me give you another example of Umar, because he always does. He says, can you guys do this? I need this. I need that. And there's two reasons, based upon what I've researched into this, there's two reasons why Umar does these types of things. Here, let me do a screenshot of this right here, and I'll pull it up for you guys. Yeah, my wife, she must be asleep. Yeah, he posted this today. All right, let me pull this up. Because I was always fascinated about this. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, why does Umar always do this? So right here, he posted this: Prince of Pan Africanism, big and tall suits. To my East Coast brothers, I'm having trouble finding nice suits in the Quad State area, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. What do you mean? You can't find this yourself, your damn self? I got to say it that way. You can't find nice suits for in the Quad State area for black men. Okay, what does that got to do with it? For black men? I'm looking for yeah, these suits are specifically for black men. I'm looking for business professional suits, but I need something with a little style. These plain colored white man, white man, Umar is so stupid. Umar is so stupid. He said, because I haven't read this yet. There's all the let's see. I need. Remember, I was saying he always said, "What I need? I need this? I need that. I need you to find me this. I need you to find me that. I need something with a little style. These plain colored white man suits aren't my thing." All the major suit stores have nothing but plain colored suits with no style to them. Do I need to go to the upscale department stores like Neiman Marcus? Excuse me, Umar. You're going to use donation money to go to Neiman Marcus? I'm not looking for anything crazy. I'm not dressing for the nightclub, but I need a little style, sort of like what you see in this photo. Please text any suit stores you think I should check out. Okay. So this is what I mean with Umar, and we've talked about this a lot in the past, and I spent some time trying to figure out why it is that he does these types of things. So he says do for self, but he survives off of donations, but he also survives off of other people doing things for him that he should do for himself, including his mama's Section 8 housing. He should have his own housing. There's no excuse. He's 52 years old. There's no excuse for a 52-year-old man not to have his own place, period. Oh, but he's the primary caretaker. He's traveling all over the world. He's not the primary caretaker. And raising millions of dollars, he should have his own place and move his mama in. And so it's not Section 8, and she's not living in horrible conditions and filth and trash in the hood. So there's two reasons why Umar does these types of things, where he's always asking people to do basic things for him that he should do for himself as a grown person. And number one, Umar's inept. You guys remember when Umar went shopping that time in live stream? You can tell he didn't know what he was doing. He don't even know how to shop. It's a mental health issue, okay? But he can get coping mechanisms. He go get the proper type of professional help. That's why I've been saying he should do it. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Any of y'all out there, if you have mental health issues that you're dealing with, go get professional services, okay? Nothing wrong with it whatsoever, okay? So that's number one. Umar, like I said, he's like a little child. So stuff that he should know how to do, like finding a place to get whatever type of suit, he just type that into Google, right? Okay, so that's number one. Umar, he's inept, and he's in a state of arrested development. He's not an adult in the traditional sense. Okay. But number two, he's a narcissist. And Umar in particular, the way he looks at black people is black people are resources that he can call upon or draw upon, whether that's financial, sexual, whatever the case may be. But also, Umar in his narcissism thinks that he's too good for certain things, that he shouldn't have to go and find out where he needs to go to get this type of suit, that these lowly black people, they should do it for him. Now that's diabolical. What kind of man at the age of 52 has to ask other people to find him where he can find suits in his area that fit him? So again, on one level, he's inept. But number two, he feels like that type of thing is beneath him. And so he puts that on other black people to do for him because they are beneath him. Something for people to think about. That's why when people send him donation money, to tie back to what you're saying, he criticizes the people because he sees them as less than, and they should be giving him more and more. I need some more and some more. That's what he said. Until we reach the goal, brothers and sisters, I need some more and some more. Thanks, Gogo. Earth to D says, Lenon, when you were searching for the crack through the car. Well, I didn't do that. If I did it, I was trying to give you guys an example of Umar doing it. I didn't actually do that, did I? I don't remember that I did. Did I do that when I was searching for the crack through the carpet? See, now I'm thinking I was on the ground going like this. That's not how that went down. Or did it? I don't know. I shouldn't joke. I shouldn't joke about that. Anyway. All right. Can you imagine me searching for crack rocks in the carpet? Damn. That's horrible. Can you imagine me in a video where I'm literally on the ground searching the carpet for some crack rock? I shouldn't be laughing at that. It's funny though. Umar, man, if there was that video, Umar have a field day with that. He'd be posting. So I told you. Umar, that's all he's saying in the caption. I told you all, my number one hater. All right, thanks, sir. That's hilarious. Yeah, Umar, he wouldn't. If that happened, Umar wouldn't let it go. He'd be jealous too. He said he found one. I know he found one. All right. Okay. Oh man, that's wild. U65 says real talk. Lenon is an example of what a real man is. Well, listen, I'm not perfect. I would be clear about that with people. Like I said earlier, like if I had a time machine, I can look back now with wisdom and say, okay, I should have did this, I should have did that, I should have did this, I should have did that. And so, no, I'm not perfect, and I've had my fair share of struggles. The difference is that I was humbled. I wasn't humble, but I was humbled. And I had to deal with the reality of my situation. And I decided I needed to make some changes. I've been on that path it's been about a decade. I was making changes before that, but I'm talking about really, okay, I got to get it together, and truth be told, I could have had it together in my early 20s if I had proper guidance, and I just didn't have it, So I just want to be clear. I'm not perfect, and I have my faults. I'll tell you this: I love my kids, and I love my wife, and I am a dedicated husband and father, and that's never going to change, And another thing is I know how to love, and I love people. See, that's why when I see someone like Umar, you can tell there's no joy in him. He doesn't know how to love, and he don't love people. He sees people as resources. That's all. That's that narcissism. See, so that's why when I say things like Umar, he doesn't have the capacity to love. He doesn't, because there's something going on in him. It's mental more than anything else. It's a mental issue. It's an emotional issue too. But he doesn't form bonds. But that's consistent with people who have narcissistic personality disorder or traits. See? Yeah, and then for me, I feel emotions strongly, especially like people when I see people suffering or if they're sad. I can feel it. I feel it really deeply. I don't think Umar registered with Umar. There are people they'll feel it, but they don't feel it strongly. But then there are also people that are narcissistic, and they don't feel emotions like that for other people, or they can't empathize or sympathize with other people. I feel other people's emotions strongly, especially when they're suffering. There's a lot, and it's important too. I think it's important. I think it could be a challenge sometimes too. That's why I can't go to a funeral. Real quick, even if I went to a funeral of someone where it's someone I didn't know, just by being around people who are in pain, I'll lose it. See, Umar, he's the type of person, he'll see people suffering and it just he don't even care. It doesn't even register in his mind, or even emotionally it doesn't register him. And it's a problem, but it's also dangerous because this is someone who wants to be in charge of other people's kids. And this is precisely why Umar, he can't form genuine relationships with people because he just sees people as objects. They're just resources. They call it narcissistic supply. Anyway, I just want to be clear. I'm not perfect. I can tell you guys that I love my wife. I love my kids. I've always loved my wife. I always love my kids. And I do what I can to provide, protect my family, by all means, that's what I can say. All right. Thank you for the kind words, you divide. Pesao says he's a political scamologist. Yeah. There's nothing about Umar that speaks to the notion that he is politically savvy. He's a scammer, though. Okay. He's not a political scientist by any stretch of the imagination. That's just another thing that Umar Johnson presents to the world because he got a double major in psychology and political science. But he's not well versed in political science. And if you listen to Umar carefully, you can tell that even people who aren't, because I'm not either, but I can tell he ain't saying anything profound or deep when he talking politics. There's other people you listen to, you be like, okay, this person ain't know their politics. Umar doesn't. But this is just another thing that he adds to the list of the different, because he's make believe. He's a metamorph. Okay, he's a what do they call those? We have geckos. He's a chameleon. So when he needs to act like a political scientist, he'll act like a political scientist. He's not one. When he needs to act like he's a psychologist, he'll act like a psychologist. He's not a psychologist. He's not a school psychologist or anything, but he tells people that. So whatever he needs to do to manipulate people because he sees people as resources, he's going to pretend to be that, including that he's some sort of a political. No, he's a political scamologist because he's pretending to be something that he's not, and he's using that as leverage against Black people to ultimately scam them out of money. That's the big thing about Umar. If you look at all of the different misrepresentations that he gives, all of the misrepresentations that he projects, I should say that way, projects to Black people, all of that is designed. The projections are all designed ultimately to get resources out of Black people, not to help Black people, but to get resources out of them. Oh, well, yeah, but he's opening up a school. No, he hasn't opened up a school. He's not interested in that. That's to get resources out of Black people, mainly money in this case. Oh, well, he's working with children. He's not working with children. And also yelling at children, down there in Druryville, that's a bunch of bullshit anyway. Someone who don't even take care of his own kids. He got all this to say to these young people. And then you see his followers, eating it up. Oh, look, he's working with the kids. They don't talk about this. He ain't working with no kids. He's yelling at the kids, talking crazy and reckless about nothing. He's such a Debbie Downer. Talk to the kids, making the kids. You can tell the kids wasn't feeling that foolishness. We'll get into that probably on Wednesday. Anyway, he uses whatever he can to get money out of people because he sees Black people as resources, nothing else. Okay. Thank you for this hour. Where we at? Miranda said, how's it going? Miranda says, hey, Lenny Cooper said, I missed y'all. I'm getting my laugh on tonight, though. Okay, yeah, all right, yeah. Thank you, Miranda, for tuning on in. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoy the show. By the way, if you are enjoying the show, make sure y'all hit that like button. Our goal is 400 likes. The poll question is, have you donated to FDMG? 6% said yes. 94% said no. Okay, I got to go down and go get this, this, because they delivered a couple of things, including the carpet cleaner. Carpet cleaner, it was expensive. It was on sale. That's why I got it, but it's still expensive. So that's why I'm going to leave it out there. What I'll do is I'll let this play and I'll go run down and get it. And then I'll be right back. Probably taking about 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Miranda, for the super chat. And I hope you're enjoying the show. We're at 223 likes. Okay. Our goal is 400. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Sweet D says, look up Erickson's stages of psychological development. Yeah, we've done this in the past. I remember this because I think Umar's referred to some of this too in the past. So Erickson stages of psychological development. I think we looked this up. It might have been something else. No. We didn't look this up. We looked up something about the basic needs, human beings' basic needs. So food, shelters, and then there's a whole list. So the 8 stages: infancy, birth to 18 months, trust versus mistrust. Infants learn to trust caregivers for basic needs like food and comfort. Success brings the virtue of hope, while failure breeds insecurity. Early childhood, 2 to 3 years. Autonomy versus shame and doubt. Children gain independence through toilet training and physical control. Encouragement builds willpower, while over-control leads to self-doubt. Yeah, that's Umar. See, he tries to pretend as if he has confidence, but he's actually a very self-conscious, and he has a low self-esteem. That's why he's always making up for it. I'm the Prince of Pan African. I'm the most requested. All this kind of stuff. This is delusions of grandeur. But that's because he doesn't want to deal with he has a very low view of himself. Priest it sounds different. He tries to project otherwise. Okay, but that's just an illusion. That's what he's really good at that. I shouldn't say good at it, but that's what he does. Preschool, 3 to 5 years, initiative versus guilt. Children assert control through play and planning. Support fosters a sense of purpose, whereas criticism results in guilt. Okay. School age 6 to 11, industry versus inferiority. Children cope with new social and academic demands. Achievement yields competence, while failure causes feelings of inferiority. Adolescents 12 to 18 years. I think this is where Umar is really stuck. Identity versus role confusion. Teens explore independence, a form of distinct self-sense. Success leads to fidelity and strong identity. Yeah, while confusion causes uncertainty. I think Umar, to a large degree, he's stuck here. And I think this ties to when he was shipped away. And again, emotionally, though, he's like a 5 or 6 year old. But I'm talking about in terms of development. I think he's stuck in arrested development in and around 12, 13. So teens explore independence. He's not independent because he's dependent on his mama for lodging. He's dependent on his donors for money, so that he can get food, so that he can buy clothes, so that he can get a rental car. He doesn't even have his own rental car. He's dependent on Black people online to help him find suits. Okay, sometimes he'll say, hey, listen, I'm hungry. Can you guys help me find a restaurant in where I'm at? He might be in Atlanta. Okay, why can't he do that himself? He doesn't have independence. It's true that he's 52 now. It's sad. I shouldn't say it's sad, but it's unacceptable too. And he needs to develop these skills. So he does explore independence in a form of distinct self-sense. He has a very low sense of himself. Success leads to fidelity. He hasn't had much success. Okay? He's a failure with FDMG. He's a failure in male-female relations. He's a failure as a father. Okay, let's go. He's a failure as a psychologist. He's not even a psychologist. He tells people that he is. Then a strong identity. We've talked about this. Umar, he doesn't have a sense of who he is. That's why he has all these fictions that he's created. Big Papa, King Kong Conscious, Prince Ifatune, list goes on and on and on. And then while confusion causes uncertainty. And in Umar, he's very uncertain about things. He's uncertain about FDMG. He never knew what he was doing, and he still doesn't know what he was doing. So he's very uncertain. That's why he makes up these stories about Black immigrants from Jamaica. They're the ones that are sabotaging him now. Okay, thanks, Weedy. This is good stuff. Really. Oh, and then young adulthood, 19 to 40, intimacy versus isolation. Adults share lives in deep committed relationships. Success builds capacity for love, whereas failure fosters isolation. And again, Umar, he doesn't want commitment. So that's what I mean by he's stuck in a state of arrested development. Middle adulthood, 40 to 65. This is Umar's age range here. Generativity versus stagnation. Adults nurture things that will outlast them via work and parenthood. Success creates a sense of usefulness, while failure brings stagnation. I'll leave it right there. That's good stuff. Thanks, WD. Lewis Suck says he should just be a dasher, only accept deliveries when he's hungry, keep the tips and food, stream when he finishes eating, and blame Jamaicans when he gets fired. Yeah, the Jamaicans are the ones, the Jamaican immigrants. They're the ones who got the food out the DoorDash. Listen, there's no way that Umar could work in a food service industry, period. I don't care if it's in a facility where they're canning food. Okay, he will find a way to get them pizzas. Okay, whatever they're canning, the baked beans, he's gonna find a way. If he worked at McDonald's, I think he'd be good at McDonald's. But if he worked at McDonald's, okay, them fries, somebody said DoorDash Tuesday. Yeah, you're right, Prasad. He ain't got no car, so he gonna rent a car to do DoorDash. That's wild. That's crazy. Umar gonna rent a car to go do DoorDash. All right. Okay, thank you, Lewis Luck. Somebody said he gonna be dashing on a bike. Let's cut it out. So Umar, listen, I don't think Umar would get on a bike at 52. I got to get on my bike though. That's for sure. Okay. Okay, thanks, Louis. Look. All right, the chat room is going crazy. UG5 says Umar Johnson knows how to hold a lighter under a spoon. All right. Okay. Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna let this play. I just gotta go get this this delivery from out front, and I'll be right back. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning in. I hope you all enjoying the show. Our goal for likes is 220. Excuse me, we're at 223. Our goal is 400. We're at 242. Let's see if we can get to 250 by the time I get back. Okay. There's also a poll question. Make sure you vote on the poll. Have you donated to FDMG? 7% said yes. 93% said no. Okay. Thank you guys for all of the super chats. YouTube5, Lewis, Luck, Miranda, Sweet D, everybody else. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's get going here. I'll be right back.
That we're playing with. And speaking of the school system, if they don't want to teach the Honorable Marcus Garvey in Jamaica schools, why can't we teach it in the Rasta houses? Why can't we teach it in the community centers? Why can't we teach it in the churches? Why do you need the government to teach Garvey? You can teach Garvey yourself in America. Philadelphia, the city where I was born, raised, and still live. Philadelphia approved the first Black history course in America, and I did not support it. And many of the scholars stepped to me. They said, Dr. Umar, you don't support Black history in the public schools? I said, listen, I don't have a problem with Black history in the public school. My problem is white women teaching Black history in the public school. My problem is white men teaching Black history in the public school. Why do I want a white woman to teach my daughter about Amy Ashwood Garvey? Why do I want a white man to teach my daughter about Queen Mother Amy Jakes Garvey? Why do I want white people to teach my children about Martin and Mega and Huey and George and Jonathan and Fred Hampton? You don't ever let your enemy tell their children who they are. Brothers and sisters, Marcus Garvey said that your God should look like you. Black divinity for Black people. And I cannot echo the sentiment enough, because even today, as I go into homes around the world, as the most traveled scholar of my race in this century, I go everywhere on a regular basis, and I still see white Jesus. I still see white Jesus in Jamaica. I see white Jesus in Australia. I saw white Jesus in Suriname. I saw white Jesus in Panama. I saw white Jesus in Toronto. I saw white Jesus in Paris. I see white Jesus in New York, Philadelphia, and Texas. Before African people can liberate the heart, before we can liberate our soul, before we can liberate our reality, we have to liberate our consciousness from the image of the deity being your image.
Okay, let me know if I missed anything. I just got back. Okay, if I did, if there's anything worth me going back to, just let me know in the chat room. Otherwise, I'll let it play.
If you're okay with God looking like your oppressor, you're okay for white people to rule our children. Brothers and sisters, everything in your brain is stored as an image. Everything in your memory is an archetype. If you teach African children that God is white, the brain of the African child will generalize that to all white people. And so if God is white, it's okay for Black people to be controlled by white people. If
what are you talking about?
God is white, it's okay for the church to be white. It's okay for the business owners to be white. By giving your child a white God.
Well, it is okay for business owners to be white. What are you talking about? Did I miss something? What are you talking about? It's okay for judges to be white. Okay, that's just life, Umar, if you haven't figured that out yet.
You're teaching your child subservience to white supremacy.
What? I'm gonna let it play.
You know, in the Pan-African movement, we have a split. We have Black Pan-African socialists.
See, Umar, he's so divisive even within Pan-Africanism.
I know
Okay, and then it just cuts right there. This is the question and answer session, so let's get into this. Yeah, it looks like it's outside, doesn't it? I don't think that's a window right there. I just assume that, and yeah, it had that feeling to it. So it looks like it's on top of a building on a deck or something like that. Like someone was saying there's like a deck. That's what it looks like. I could be wrong, but because it looks like, it doesn't look like behind her that's glass. The banner is actually inside and it goes outside, if that makes sense. See, with that yellow bar.
Blacks who have captured land, so to speak, right?
Blacks who have captured,
living on land for over 30 years.
Yes.
And their homes were bulldozed. And we have a situation where Chinese community in St. Anne has been built up pretty nice.
No, wait a minute. Maybe it, because see, maybe it is the glass back there. Because we would hear the cars. I would think. I don't hear the cars.
So we have a situation, and we want to hear your opinion as relates to land ownership for Black Jamaicans in this African diaspora.
That is a great question. That is a very important question, because the three great securities of African people in the diaspora today are what? Land security, food security, and medical security, right? So my position is this: the government needs to pass a law that limits how much more land a foreigner can own. As far as I'm concerned, Jamaica has already given out the maximum. If it's up to me, no other foreigner can buy it.
First of all, who are you? Second of all, how do you know how much land is owned out there by foreigners? Exactly. You don't know.
Another acre or hectare of land in Jamaica. The Chinese have too much. The Indians have too much. The white men have too much.
Well, go and buy some then. Quit complaining about it.
But here's the question, my sister.
Why does the what do they call that little platform in front of him? It looked like he got a tuxedo on.
That my Jamaican brothers and sisters have to ask yourselves.
What's that thing called? I got one. Why did the podium look like it got on some black leggings?
If your elected official,
yeah, somebody said I got on a hot caramel shirt. If you don't cut it out, it's not hot caramel style. You got to quit playing games. Yeah, it's a podium, but the podium, I don't know why the podium looked like that. It's all dressed up and shit.
On either
the podium looked like it's going through a funeral.
Either party, if they're not doing what you need them to do.
Yeah, it is outside, because that's why you get that echo. That's the echo bouncing off the wall across the street.
Why do you continue to vote for them? I do not vote in America unless the candidate is offering something that I think is critical for my people.
It is. This is a spot where they do music and stuff. Do you see the big old speakers back there? Yeah, someone said this earlier.
That is my rule. What are you going to do about gentrification? What are you going to do about mass incarceration? What are you going to do about police genocide? What are you?
There was about maybe 10, 12 people up in there. I know we're being petty. It's more than that. I'm being petty. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can count. Okay. Let's see here. All right. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's say 10, let's say 12 right here.
America, unless
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and there's people behind the bar. We'll count them too. 24. It's not a big spot. It's a small spot. 25.
That I think is
yeah, I counted 25. There may be more like on the other side, but it's not a big crowd.
Critical for my people. That is my rule. What are you going to do about gentrification? What are you going to do about mass incarceration? What are you going to do about police?
Yeah, I think that's fair. There's probably about 30 people there. Yeah. But the idea, though, QB, is if he's the most requested, shouldn't there be more than 30? Let's say 40 people, just to give him grace. Shouldn't there be more than 40 people there? And then why would you travel to Jamaica? Shout out to Jamaica. To go speak in front of 30 or 40 people, and you using donation money, you ain't got your own. Anyway, He ain't got his own money. East Point says doom and gloom is used by every cult leader. Yeah, I was thinking about this recently. So Umar's supposed to be about black upliftment, but his messaging is always doom and gloom for black people. It's always negative and derogatory. In fact, when he talks about black people, in general, it's negative. But I'm talking about the circumstances that he paints that black people are dealing with. Okay? Everything is always overstated. Everything is always exaggerated, embellished to the point where it seems as if white people are supreme. You know, and that it's white supremacy is there is no way that black people can overcome. So that's Umar's message, his messaging. He never has any real solutions that he's implemented himself, but he always comes up because he lives in fairyland of all the stuff that he's going to do, or that usually he states that's what other people need to be doing, not him, because they don't do shit. So I was thinking about this. One of the reasons why Umar has been able to draw a large audience is because he tends to talk in those terms. And there are a lot of black people who they like to hear that type of shit. Me personally, I don't like to hear it. I think it's disempowering. I also think that it's disingenuous. A lot of it is just exaggerating shit. I don't want to hear that. Life is hard in general. I don't want people to tell me that, you know, it's so hard that you can't overcome things. No, I don't want to hear that. You can overcome things, okay? Nothing in life is fair. We all have struggles. Yeah, we got to deal with racism. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we got to deal with women. Got to deal with sexism. See, that's another thing with this whole black stuff, black to black talk. You don't hear them talking about that shit. It's very self-centered. It's usually centered around black men and the struggles of black men. But they don't talk much about what black women have to deal with in terms of racism, and then what black women have to deal with sexism at the hands of black men. They don't talk about that. But anyway, it's not my cup of tea. But the reason why Umar has been able to, the reason why Umar has been able to develop a large audience, relatively speaking, is because that's what he speaks, that doom and gloom shit. And there's a lot of people that want to hear that. And in part, I think people want to hear that because it gives them a comfortable excuse as to why their life is where it's at, but it doesn't motivate them or inspire them to do something greater. That's a huge problem in this so-called black conscious space, a huge problem. So, and you're right, East Point, also that cult leaders, they tend to use this type of talk, doom and gloom, doomsday this, doomsday that. There are cult-like religions that use doomsday this, Armageddon this, the end of the world, all this type of stuff. Even in spirituality, metaphysics and spirituality, and the New Ageism. Remember 2012? Hit the one. Anybody remember 2012? With the Age of Ascension? And people were like, yeah, we're going to ascend and the world's going to end as we know it. And some people were saying stuff like, we're going to evolve into the 13th dimension and evolve our spirits. And and all this kind of food. And there were people who were literally waiting on this. I can't remember what date it was exactly in 2012. Well, we're still here. Ain't nothing changed. It's still doom and gloom because people were what? In fear. Anyway, good point. YouTube says Jamaica is 97% black. How is this relevant to them? Umar's just talking. He don't know what he's talking about. He has a script that he runs. It's always about black disempowerment and how black people are this and always lowly and blah, blah, blah. And he don't have no solution. He can throw stuff out there, but he hasn't implemented not one solution. Living in his mama closet at the age of 52 in Section 8 housing in Philly. Them people don't need Umar talking nothing. Okay. Thanks you, 225. Larry says least attended scholar. Yeah, it's not a lot of people there. But like I said, Umar's falling off. If we go back to 2014, 15, 16, he was packing out venues, standing room only. His schedule was crazy. In fact, for one of those years, I in my research, I put together what his calendar would have been based upon his speaking engagements. And it's jam-packed every week throughout the year. He got something going on, sometimes 3 or 4 speaking engagements a week. And then and traveling all over the world. And then he said he's a school psychologist and a school principal at the same time. Cut it out. Thanks, Larry. YouTube says they're only there for the free food. No, they came out to hear Umar, and Umar, for some people, they just don't know. They're over in Jamaica. No disrespect, they just haven't done the research. Listen, I would not go to to someone who's talked the way that Umar Johnson has talked about black people here in the United States of America, about black celebrities. Umar always talking reckless about black children. What he said, he's called for the murder of black boys. Why would you want him coming to speak to anybody? And furthermore, why would you go to hear him speak? That, to me, that's it. Because if a white man said what Umar said, I think that was in 2013 or 2013, I think. If it could have been 2012. If a white person said what Umar said about what black people need to do to these black thugs on the corner, that white person would be classified, or any other person, Chinese, whatever, Indian, they would be classified as an extreme racist, a white supremacist, or I guess an Asian supremacist or Indian supremacist. And all of a sudden, Black Lives Matter and black people going crazy. We upset about it and so forth and so on. But Umar says it and he gets a pass for the most part. I have it in the first documentary. A lot of people hadn't heard that up to that point. There's still people, a lot of these people haven't heard that. But for me, that's all I would need to know about anybody. If you're talking that reckless about black boys and calling for the murder of black boys, you're not the one that I would want to support or follow or go listen to. And yet Umar gets a pass. And again, some people, they don't know that, but see, that's why people need to do their research, including people up there in Jamaica. Do your research on this guy. Is there anyone here who don't know what I'm talking about? When Umar called for the murder of black boys, hit the one. I'll pull it up and play it for you guys. Thanks, user 225. Kogo says Umar done ruined karaoke night. Yeah, they may do karaoke there, but they got some big speakers, so it's probably like a music thing. They groove and they dance. So that's what it is. That's what it looks like to me. Okay, some of y'all haven't seen that. Okay, some of you guys haven't seen it. I'll play it. This is vintage Umar. I had it in the first documentary, and up to that point, no one had, from what I had up to that point, I hadn't seen anyone else bring it up and talk about that. I had it in the documentary. People were shocked. It's just thoroughly inappropriate. I'll play it for you. Thanks, Kogo. Hope you're doing all right too in the puppies. Kadar says Minister Yada awakened got to what? Minister Yada awakened got today. What are you talking about? What does that mean, Kadar? You're gonna have to translate that to me. Minister Yada awakened. got today. All right. You said got today. Is there someone named that? Let me go look. Minister Yada awakened. Oh, he's a social media personality. Okay, you said he got today. Oh, hold on a second. Yada, known online as Yada Awakening, is a minister, entrepreneur, and relationship commentator known for his views on masculinity, traditional gender roles, and men providing for women. His wife, Divine Queen Yada, has announced the end of their relationship and publicly alleged that she experienced domestic violence during their marriage, including while postpartum. She has since spoken out about her decision to leave and what she says she endured behind closed doors. Okay. Yeah. And then there's a picture. You should have added the pic of her black eye that he gave her. Yeah, I've actually heard, I couldn't remember the name, but I saw a video about this, because didn't he say that he's going to pay so where she doesn't have to work and something like that? She didn't have to work and he going to pay her a certain amount of money and all this other stuff. Yeah, maybe I should look into this a little further and we can cover it. Let me know if you guys want me to. Hit the 2. Yeah, her name is Queen Yada, has announced that she's ending her relationship. Yeah, I'll look into this a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, and again, this is alleged, but if it's true, it's just horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, this is the guy. He discussed his life and 2 wives, one living in America and another in West Africa. Yeah, I remember this because, yeah, I'd heard about this, but I didn't know that this happened today. Yeah, I'll look into this, and if I could find some receipts and videos or whatever, we'll take some time to cover it. Yeah, you guys got to be careful with these types. You know, where they're talking about, you know, different wives. Again, if you have a society and cultural practices and cultural norms that support polygamy, and it's something that is part of the culture intergenerationally, meaning that it's been going on, you know, hundreds of years, and you have a support network within society for it, then yeah, I can see how it could work, because it has worked, right? Okay, and again, I'm not a proponent for it, polygamy. However, here, in particular here in the United States of America, it really has no support system, culturally, politically, even historically speaking. And it's a problem, and especially when you got black people, black men been raised on porn, they got their daddies in their lives. Some are just sexually deviant. They've been watching hip hop videos with the women with the booties all out and all this stuff, and it's just, for them, it's just a freak off type of a situation that they're looking for. That's wrong. I've been saying that for a long time. Okay, that's what I call black conscious pimpism, and Polite was into that shit. Nature Boy was into that. Okay? Anyway, what I propose is for men, get you one good woman, keyword good woman, settle down and raise a family. And that's it. Provide and protect. Okay, I'll look into this more and see what I can find. If I can find some stuff worth covering, we'll cover it here on my YouTube page. All right, I got to change this better. And I'm going to pull up this video too. Umar developed a cult personality like a dictator. Yeah, the thing though too, let me come back to this. Okay, let me do this. Let me play some more of this. I'm gonna go find this other video, and then I'll change these batteries out, and I'm gonna come back to Baba Hogan. Okay, I'll be right back.
Genocide. What are you going to do about economic apartheid? If they don't have a plan to address one of Black America's 5 problems, I don't vote. I don't vote. And if I'm living in Jamaica, if you ain't dealing with food security for Black Jamaica, land security for Black Jamaica, medical security for Black Jamaica, police reform for Black Jamaica, and if the government of Jamaica is not investing
he always yelling
in Black businesses, I would not vote, because the Chinese come to Jamaica with a line of credit from China. The Indians come to Jamaica with a line of credit from India. If the Jamaican government does not invest in Black Jamaica, one day China and India will own the island. It's just a matter of time. We'll stop voting for people who don't serve your needs. If the political parties that exist are not working, build another one. Build another one. Build another one. Black power. That's all. All right, for your question, before your question, I want to give out my number so y'all can reach me. This is my direct number. You can add me on WhatsApp. I'm going to repeat it 3 times. +1 215 989 9858. Again, +1 215 989 9858. Last time, +1 215 989 9858. I do not answer the phone, but I will text you all day long. And you can text me back and I will text you. Nobody checks my messages but myself. If you need to email me, my email address is Prince of
He got so many email addresses.
Pan Africanism. We spell Africa with a K. All one word. Prince of Pan Africanism. No hyphen, no space. Prince of Pan Africanism. Africa spelled with
respect the word.
Yes, sir.
I consider it great.
Okay, here we go. So this is where there's a question and answer. I think this is the brother that questions. One might be the next person. I'm not quite sure. But let me play the video with Umar from 2012, December 22nd, 2012. A lot of people, when I had this in the first documentary, they hadn't heard this and they were shocked. But there's still people who haven't heard this. Okay, so let me pull this up right quick. Here we go.
Everybody in here's children being miseducated or psychiatrically medicated. But Brother Jabari say some of y'all gonna go clubbing tonight, right? Around in their absence from their children's. I want to talk about not religion and how sabotage anybody in here to show me visitation, because she gonna white man by the name of Loving sued up to the married to a broke ass black man. Teacher, well, you know, I actually live in a different home. They're like, son, you don't have grounds to discipline. You don't go straight in, or you'll kind of make him want to go there without me telling. It's like a girl who's 15 and naturally she's liking boys, and you telling her, I better not see you looking. It can be, how did they find out where I live? Are you dumb? Like, damn, is slavery over? Nah, dog, I'm going to get out of it. Because he would have never gave me my baby.
This guy. Hold on a second. He was tripping in this video.
Of the court. Now, the court don't help this at all. My God, there's nothing worse than going in front of a white man and say, can I see my daughter? And one time the judge looked at me and said, wait a minute, I know your face. I said, oh, shit. He was on YouTube. You're that psychologist. Not me. I sweep streets, dog. I don't know who you talking about. Judge knew who I was, but I was able to get out of it. Because he would have never gave me my baby.
It's so stupid. And he never had custody, so he's just running crazy.
But it hurts a father. You ever go down to family court and look at the ground crying? After she tried to work with you, young girls are being physically abused, and you looking at her like, damn, what is it, sisters? Are we more violent? So they know how to do with their own children. Young people thinking they old enough to talk to you. This on boys to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen.
Okay, here we go right here.
Thug energy is normally a new father in the black community. I call it daddy in a bottle.
Okay, here we go right here.
Domestic violence and bullying. A lot of boys who got the thug energy, anger. Thug energy is normally anger and pain. That's all it is. Masculine, masquerading as some sort of hyper masculinity. I know, because I do therapy with them thugs. And once they see I ain't scared of them, then we can have a conversation. And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen, you can't expect the cops to fix this, because they started it. But I want to be clear. And I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep for God.
Yeah, that's diabolical. So like I was saying, because what he's calling for is the murder of black children. That's why I said Umar, he's a sociopath, but in my opinion, he's borderline he's a borderline psychopath, because only a psychopath would think like that. And then you can hear that, he's yelling this too. So when he says they need to be go to sleep for good, he's saying that they need to be murdered. That's how they're going to, quote unquote, take back the community. That's what he says, or neighborhood. He's doubled down on this and tripled down. But then when he was on Lord Jamar show, Jamar had questioned him about this, because I had this in the first documentary. A lot of people hadn't seen it up to that point. And Umar, he tells a whole nother story then. He's like, oh, no, I'm just saying that we need to leave him alone. That's not what he said here. He's calling for the murder of black boys. And then I've seen quite a few people in defense of Umar says, well, it's true. These thugs on the corner, that's what we're going to have to do. Well, first of all, you ain't going to do shit, because you ain't going to bust a grape but run your fucking mouth. So you can talk that talk all you want to, but you ain't going to do shit. And Umar ain't either. But secondarily, you have to be a psychopath to think like that to exterminate black children is a solution. Now, if a white person said that, they're racist. That's white supremacy. Okay, they're KKK, whatever. But somehow a black person says it and it's okay. No, it's unacceptable. And I've seen quite a few people try to defend that. Well, it's either you're a stout defender of Umar or a staunch supporter of Umar, which means you ain't got no sense anyway. Or number two, you're a psychopath like Umar, or both. Whatever the case may be, that's not a solution. Taking the life of other black people is not a solution. Systemically, you got to look at, okay, but why are these boys out there on the corner? And I'll propose it in many cases, because their daddies wasn't home. You start there in the first place. Their daddy wasn't in their lives. to give them proper guidance. See, that's where you start. But see, Umar is not going to propose that because he's a deadbeat. He ain't in his children's lives. All right, so there you have it. Back to Baba Hogan. Baba Hogan says Umar developed a code of personality like a dictator. Yeah, and it's been there for a very long time. We can go back to at least 2005, 2004. He puts in his letter of resignation with UNIA in 2005, and in that letter, it's not online anymore, but we've covered it, and I have it screenshotting and downloading all that stuff. It's in the documentary, the second document I'm working on now. You can see that there's elements of Umar in there where he's talking about himself as if he's some sort of a dictator. He's a megalomaniac. At the end of the letter, he classifies himself as the modern day Malcolm X. See, that's what I mean by Umar. He really wants to be someone who has significance and someone who has a level of power. But in Umar's mind, he wants to be a dictator. He wants to go to the extreme with it. FDMG is dictatorial. Same thing with Umar with his, what was that called? The Prince Fatunde University is dictatorial. But he's had this issue. It's a mental health issue. It's part of his personality where I'm going to tell y'all, because Umar is so insecure and he's a failure. In all ways that matter in life, he's a failure. He's so insecure about himself. Part of it is because he's a perpetual failure, but also he's insecure, which also makes him a failure because he doesn't know how to do and get things done. So he fails, and he has to create stories and everyone's trying to sabotage him. That's his favorite word, is sabotage. That's everyone else is trying to throw a monkey wrench inside of his guerrilla program, if that makes sense, because he's King Kong Kong. King Kong was a big old gorilla that got hemmed up because he was messing with that white woman. See, Umar calls himself King Kong. He also calls his school after what he would call a bunny hopper, which is Frederick Douglass. He got him a white woman. He married a white wife. And allegedly, I don't know if it's true, but allegedly, Marcus Garvey had some dealings with some lady from France or something like that. I don't know what the whole story is, but that's what someone was saying. I don't know if it's true. So let's set that aside. But the point is that Umar, he wants power and control. So whatever it is you look at dealing with Umar, you'll see that he's dictatorial. When you hear Umar, he doesn't ask people to, like, for instance, he'll say, "You better," or "Come over here and do this," or "Stand right here." He doesn't say, "Can you stand right here?" when he takes the pictures with the women, or "Do this," or do everything is a command. It's dictatorial. Why I want your kids coming back to home to you for? You part of the problem. They're gonna stay with me. Dictatorial. But the need for power, it comes out of Umar's own sense of insecurity. He thinks that power is going to make him feel more secure. No, it's not. He ain't got no sense. Thanks, Baba Hogan. UG5 says, if Black Jamaicans don't vote, Chinese Indians. Okay. And here's the thing, Umar, he don't vote. He already said that he don't vote. So real talk, he shouldn't even be talking. I voted last year, but before that, that's not, but you don't hear me telling people that they need to vote or that they should, if they should. You do what you want to do. That ain't my business. I voted last year. No, what, 2 years ago. Anyway, no, that was last year, wasn't it? No, 2 years ago. Time flies, my goodness. Anyway, Umar shouldn't be talking because he already said he don't vote. Thank you, Judy. Yana says, can't take care of his kids. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Umar always telling Black people what they need to be doing with their kids. He's always talking about what black children need to do, but he doesn't even take care of his own children. And that right there, he should be disqualified, period. He has at least 3 baby mamas in Philadelphia alone. What he got to say about anything? Living with his mama at the age of 52 in Section 8 housing. What does he have to say about anything? Collecting millions of dollars for a school that still doesn't exist. Why should he be talking? Why should people be even listening to this guy? He's a charlatan. Thanks, Giannis. Okay, thanks for all the super chats. Let me see where we're at on the poll question for today. The poll question is, did you donate or have you donated to FDMG? 7% said yes, 93% said no. Okay, so overwhelmingly, most people here have not donated to Umar. FDMG school scam. Well, good. Okay, our goal for likes today is 275. We're at 400. we're at 275. Okay, let's see if we can run it up to 300 at least. Okay, thanks, Giannis. If you're enjoying the show, make sure y'all hit the like button. Now let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
In this regard, however, as it relates to the question, the advice of ego that you give since then, I would consider, and I'm not sure if you're fully conscious of it, I think a lot of the work eclipsed by.
I'm sorry. Yeah, are we still? Can you guys still hear me? Let me know in the chat room if you guys still hear or see the video.
You know, the perception that you somehow identify with this great ego, the title, the may have more, the following, the this, the that, the. And I think when it comes to the respectability aspect of the Black movement, I think for the spiritual people, it can be off-putting. And also I have a next question about the school. And I follow the whole thing. I know that there is trouble.
Yeah, there's a lot of trouble. It's Umar. He always try to say it's everybody else causing the trouble, but it's him. He don't know it. He's a nep. He's a scammer. He had no intention to open up a school, but he sure did throw Jamaicans under the bus and say that there's a Jamaican immigrant who's sabotaging FDMG. Then he goes over to Jamaica. So let's see where this goes.
We often encounter trouble and struggles when we're trying to do things. Some of the acts we are up there on the school. Where are we with it now?
School is done. It's been done since February.
Okay. Umar's saying since February, but I have a video where he stated that the school was done back in 2023. Now he's saying it's done in February of 2026. He said that the school was open on the Breakfast Club in, in 2024. Okay, this is a lot. Listen, this guy, he will go to Jamaica. He'll throw Jamaican immigrants under the bus and blame them for why it is that the certificate of occupancy hasn't been finished, or he hasn't gotten a certificate of occupancy. It's a lie. Then he'll go over to Jamaica. They'll ask him about it, and he'll lie to the Jamaicans. And then on top of that, what is that? The school is not done. What is he talking about? Renovations are not complete. There's mold all over the place. He's not going to pass inspection. You can't say there's no IT infrastructure. There's no books. There's no Chromebooks. There's no faculty. There's no staff. Well, let's just stick with just the school itself, the so-called school, because it's not a school. These are abandoned buildings. They're still on the vacant property list in 2026. So when Umar tells people that it's done, like he said in 2023, like he said on the Breakfast Club in 2024, like he said twice in 2026, it's not done. I'm gonna tell you all, next year it won't be done. He lies so much. Now, people are gonna say, and always listen, it's fine. Listen, because whatever type of justification Umar Johnson followers can come up with, I can come up with a Sounders counter argument that defeats what they're saying clearly, easily. But he showed the video that the school was done this year. He didn't show a video of the school being done. He walked through a couple of areas inside of these abandoned buildings, and I'll tell you right now that he's screwed up though. Because when you walk through and you see right where he first starts the video, there's issues with the flooring in the hallway, wherein there's a bump protruding out of the hallway. Listen, that's not going to pass inspection, and Umar knows that because the same issue is in the small gym. So he can't say that the gym is done. In fact, he posted after he stated that the school was done. He posted, because we called him out on it, he posted a meme where he was asking for someone to come and help fix the floor in the gym. Well, if it was done, why would you need someone to come help fix I can pull up a receipt and show y'all. Why would you need someone to come fix the floor? That should be part of the school, quote unquote, being done. But that same issue is to a lesser degree is actually taking place inside of the abandoned building, but that he calls a school as well. So when Umar says that the school is done, it's simply not true. He's lying to people. But then on top of that, he comes up with the excuse that the reason why it's not progressing now that it's quote unquote done is a lie. He blames it on immigrants, in particular, a black immigrant from Jamaica. That's another lie. And then he's so diabolical, he goes over to Jamaica and someone asked him about the school, and he starts off by lying and saying that the school is done. The school is not done. He said that back in 2023. He said it was open in 2024, and he said that school was done twice in 2026. And I have receipts where I can pull up and show you 2023, 2024 on the Breakfast Club, and twice here in 2026. Listen, it's not done. He's a liar. It's that simple. Truck Talk says $100 in 2017. Okay, so Truck Talk donated $100 in 2017. Then I watched a live of his and saw his ego was too big for any men to ever help him to get this done. Yeah, because he wants total power and control. That's part of his ego. It's part of the narcissism. I knew then this wasn't going to happen. Yeah, and we can even, I can pull up receipts and show you guys. Umar, for the most part, he's never dealt, no, I'm not saying he's never dealt with real men. And what I mean by that is that real men hold each other accountable. And we'll just say it straight out. We're not trying to sugarcoat nothing or anything. Listen, you're wrong on that. And it's nothing personal. We just tell you and then we move on. Either you fix it or you don't. If you don't fix it, don't come back later whining to me about it. But if we go back and look at all of the males that Umar Johnson had around him, they're not around now, but I'm talking about back in the day, they were all yes men. They didn't question Umar. Okay, now maybe after they have a falling out, they do, but I'm talking about when they was up there, just glazing Umar all the time. Those are not the type of men I'm talking about. Umar needs the type of men that would G-check him. That's what he needs, because he didn't have his father to do it. He didn't have uncles that do it. Clearly, he didn't have that. And he associates with these women who are, listen, these are women that are desperate. Most of these women, I'm not saying all, but most of these women that follow Umar, they're just desperate. They're desperate that they want some type of man in their life. And Umar's that he always giving out his phone number. He's always online talking sex and what he gonna do for black kids. Oh, okay, I got kids. He's the one. Cut it out. Those women ain't gonna question him. They're not gonna hold him to task. So real men, Umar don't deal with real men. I've been saying this for years. So, and it don't matter how much money, it doesn't matter how much money you send him. It's not gonna get the job done, because he's content with just receiving the money with no action based upon the promise. The promise was, I'm gonna open up. Well, he's not showing any real action. Because he's received millions of dollars, he should have something started by now, but he doesn't care about that. But if he had real men in his life, they'd be like, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? You should at least have something going on. You said you're going to educate children. You're going to raise $3 million, around $3 million, and you still ask for money, and you ain't educated not one black child? What's going on with this? And then his donors, they send him the money, and he disrespects the donors over and over again. Yeah. So what happens with a lot of people is that the idea of opening a school for black children, it sounds great. Okay, it's illegal. Okay, but it sounds great. Okay, there's going to be a special curriculum. We're going to be teaching African stuff. We're going to be teaching them about their culture. We're going to be, it's going to be all black faculty and staff. Okay, well, that's also illegal. But let's just go with Umar Johnson's fantasy land. This is his Neverland, as someone explained a couple of weeks ago, about a couple of weeks ago. It was really good what they said there. But let's go along with this. If all of these things are going to be taught and it's going to be all black, it sounds great. It's because wow, this is something, and people want to support that because in general, okay, part of black culture is we're supportive of each other. Okay, and I know other groups of people do it too, but I'm talking about especially when times are rough, we tend to be supportive. Or if someone has this plan to help the black community and it sounds legit, we will support that. So Umar running his mouth, it sounds nice. But in terms of him being a man that has followed through and to get up and go and is going to get things done day by day, have a plan, work his plan, that's not Umar. And what has happened over the years, time tells the truth, is that Umar has revealed himself. And more people, they say, hey, wait a minute. I sent this guy $1,000 back in 2012 or 2014. I sent this guy $500. I sent this guy $4,000 over the course of 4 or 5 years, and there's still no school. And then at a certain point, they realize, hey, wait a minute, this guy's not serious about opening up a school. And then on top of that, look at his character. Look at all the crazy stuff that he says. He don't even take care of his own children. He lived with his mama at the age of 52 in Section 8 housing. See? So a lot of people at a certain point, they wake up. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Last point, Truck Dog. Most of the people that were donating to Umar back in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and maybe even 2020, they're not supporting Umar on this FDMG school scam. Not anymore. Okay. One last point. There's nothing wrong with supporting someone, whatever their project is or whatever their struggle is. You just got to make sure that it's the right person. And you also got to make sure that they're deserving of your support, because not everyone is. Truck Talk, if you gave Umar $100,000 back in 2017, it wouldn't have made a difference in terms of Umar moving his project forward. If you gave him $1 million back in 2017, it wouldn't have made a difference in terms of moving this project forward. So what that shows is that he's not the right person to support. There's other people who have schools, they're already operational, you can support, you can send money to, they got a project that they're working on, and they're deserving of it. Umar's never been deserving of it. And that's why, see, one of the biggest indicators of deservedness in terms of support is whether or not that person is appreciative and acknowledges the individuals who support him. And when I say acknowledge, I'm talking about in a positive way. Umar doesn't even do that. He's not appreciative. He says some horrible things about his donors. He's not deserving of it. And then on top of that, what he promised to do with this money, that's not what he's doing with this money. Most of the money has gone towards Umar and his lifestyle. And there's still not a school in 2026. And no, the school is not done. Umar knows that. Thanks, Truck Talk. A lady said, Lenon, how many times have we heard Umar Johnson exes say, after I found out he wasn't about nothing, gave it up anyway? Hey, like I said, people can do what they want to do. And if the women want to give it up, they can. That's on them. That's on them. But see, the truth is that all of the information that any woman would need to know about Umar's character, it's online. You can look at the conscious stripper. He was dealing with a stripper. Why would you want to deal with someone who's out here dealing with a stripper? He got the bumpity bump on his lip. Why would you want to deal with someone who got the bumpity bump on his lip? No commitment. No marriage. What about the Zora situation? What about the Pajama Mama Super Soaker rant? What about the fish tank rant? It's all out there, and people been talking about it. People been talking about all this stuff for it's been over a decade. But if there's a woman who's desperate enough, again, I can't defend them anymore. I can't. I tried for a long time. I just can't do it anymore because fair is fair. If there's women that still want to lay down with this guy, that's on them. And you deal with the consequences, good or bad. And yeah, there have been some that said, you know, they found out he wasn't about nothing, but they still went for it. Well, that's on them at that point. That's why I said you got to set standards, and you either abide to those standards or you don't, or you either set standards or you don't. You need to set higher standards, and women, I propose that you do that in the first place. Just set higher standards, and see, men, we are designed to meet the standard. That sounds sexist. I don't give a shit. We're designed to meet the standard. It doesn't matter what era in life it is. We're going to meet that standard. I'm talking about a real man who's motivated Okay, if you set it up here, we're gonna do our best to make this to say if we want to be with you. Ain't gonna be all this, okay, you ain't called me or you ain't if we won't be with you, we're gonna do everything we can to be with you. If you stay on top of a mountain and in order to spend some time with you, we got to walk up that mountain. We're gonna walk up that mountain. It don't care. It don't matter if it's raining, snow, to 105-degree heat. We're gonna do that. He don't call me. He don't. Okay, listen. You got the wrong one. But if you set the standard real low, someone who stayed with his mama at the age of 52, someone who don't want to work a job or have a legitimate online business, which he could do easily. You set the standard where he can have 3 baby mamas at least in Philadelphia alone, don't take care of none of his kids. He's done gone off on one of the kids last year online talking reckless and crazy. You will set the standard where he can have all these women out here that he run through. Okay, well, he gonna meet that standard. Now, real men, we ain't trying to meet though, because in our mind, let's be real about it. In our mind, a woman who sets that type of standard, they're not deserving of us. And I hate to be talking like that, but that's the truth. If the standard is much lower than what we aspire to, listen, that ain't it ain't even worth our time. But if the standard is way higher, okay, and that's the woman for us, we're gonna do our best to meet that standard. We're gonna do whatever we can to meet that standard. And sometimes we fall short and we can't. Okay, it is what it is. But we're not going to go down to a lower level to get with a woman. That's not going to happen. Okay, this is real talk. This is grown folk talk, and a lot of people you can feel offended by it however you want to. But I'm telling you the truth that a real man is not going to go for a woman who has low standards like that. If anything, he's going to reach for the woman who has higher standards. It's the challenge aspect of it, and he's going to get his life in order and do whatever he can to reach that. And if he falls short, so be it. But see, Umar, he will go for the low standard, whoever, because that's what he is. Don't take care of his kids, baby mama creator, don't pay child support. He's a child support dodger. He lived with his mama at the age of 52 in Section 8 housing in the hood. Scam millions of dollars to black folk, ain't got a pot to piss in, and for some reason there's women that, they'll give it up. Okay, well, that's on them. I'm not saying that they bad. I'm not saying that they worse or nothing like that. That's on them. It's about the standards that they set that standard. Okay, we'll go on with it. But then you're going to have to deal with the consequences, good or bad. And it's really that simple. And that's life, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Thanks, lady. All right, let's get back to the main video. We're going to go for like 15 more minutes. So yeah, we'll finish up with this video. Tomorrow we'll come back with Umar being interviewed. I'll give you guys a preview real quick.
Umar,
this one right here.
Ifatunde, and we're examining how Garvin's ideas can shape and inspire a whole new generation. Inspired him to
morning,
inspire
sir.
a whole new
Good
generation.
morning.
Good
Welcome
to have
Smile.
you.
Glad to be with you.
What is Umar got on? What is Umar? What is he, a hip hop Pan Africanist? Umar is a hip hop Pan Africanist. Anyway, this is the one for tomorrow, okay? And I haven't watched it, but I already know Umar's on some bull jive in this video. Okay. This one guy, he got on. I don't know. It's colorful. I'll just say that it's colorful. In the bow tie, go ahead and do it. That's it. All right, we'll get to this tomorrow. Somebody said it got Cat Williams to interview Umar. Umar got on old banana pants. Umar about to start breakdancing. You guys don't bust the beat because Umar gonna start breakdancing. He do look like he wants to start. He looked like somebody said T-Boo Cat Williams. Oh my God. All right, tomorrow's show gonna be crazy. This is what we gonna get in. Hella time. Umar too legit. All right. You guys are the best. Okay, let's finish up with this other video right quick. Make sure you hit that like button if you enjoyed the show. Here we go.
not open. It's the building inspector for our district.
You know, I follow the whole thing. I know that there is trouble. We often encounter trouble and struggles when we're trying to do things. Some of the acts we are up there on the school. Where are we with it now? In
School is done. It's been done since February. The reason it's not open is the building inspector for our district, who's a Jamaican.
See it.
Right?
Yeah.
He don't like Dr. Umar. And so he's trying to sabotage us opening the school. So right now I'm working with an attorney.
Okay. Yeah, he's not, because he said this. He said this back in February, but on the Breakfast Club, he had already stated that there was going to be problems with getting the certificate of occupancy. That was many years ago. He's diabolical with it. Yeah, this is what they call young people. It's cap. This is all cap. But you see how he says, yeah, Kadar, you got that. He lying.
On the school, where are we with it now? In
School is done. It's been done since February. The reason it's not open is the building inspector for our district, who's a Jamaican.
See it.
Right?
Yeah.
He don't like Dr. Umar. And so he's trying to sabotage us opening the school. So right now I'm working with an attorney.
Yeah, see him start rubbing his nose too. This is another tell with Umar when he's lying. He starts rubbing on his nose.
The reason it's not open is the building inspector for our district, who's a Jamaican.
See it.
Right?
Yeah.
He don't like Dr. Umar. And so he's trying to sabotage us opening the school. So right now I'm working with an
See there right there?
Attorney. We might have to sue the city of Delaware because they're not making him give us the inspection.
See.
So the building inspector, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's also saying, right, this is a way to try to, it's a manipulative tactic. Okay, he's like, or he'll say, you see what I'm saying, or you know what I'm saying, right? Okay. Now, when I say right, it's because I'm right. Okay, I'll say, for instance, Umar, you stated that the school was going, that the renovations were done back in 2023, right? But when Umar does it, that's his way of trying to get people to believe in what he's saying, and also to gauge their response. Okay. Yeah, he knows renovations aren't complete.
Contradictorily, happens to be a Jamaican. You would think he would support, but he's hating, and he's trying to sabotage this one. So this.
Yeah, you can tell the Jamaicans you can tell that by their body language that they're not feeling this.
Contradictorily, happens to be a Jamaican. You would think.
See that? They're not believing this foolishness.
He would support.
And good for them.
But he's hating, and he's trying to sabotage this one.
That's his favorite word, sabotage. It's always someone else's fault. They're always sabotaging him, or they're hating. Cheyenne Bryant uses the same terminology. The haters, and they're jealous and envious. That's what narcissists. That's what they do. They never hold themselves accountable. Okay? And real talk, there are highly successful narcissists too. There are different types of narcissism, I should say. But Umar, he's a failure. And he always blames other people. And he threw Jamaicans under the bus with this story. And then he goes with Jamaica. Then they ask him about the school, and he starts lying out his teeth. And then you can tell in their body language, they're not feeling that. It's offensive. I would be offended too. It's offensive.
So the same thing Marcus Garvey went through with the Black Star Line, we going through with the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. So
it's just such foolishness. He's just saying Marcus Garvey because he's trying to rally the troops. That's all this is.
We'll probably end up in court.
But low frequency human exists in all races.
Say that again.
Low frequency humans exist in all races.
In every group.
You know, nothing to do with.
All right, this is ridiculous. Okay, this brother, you should have stayed on it, but no, you're gonna try to devalue other Jamaicans based upon Umar's lie that a Jamaican immigrant is sabotaging him. You're gonna go along with it. And you're Jamaican yourself, okay? Listen, people do whatever you want to do, but this is what I mean, the levels of manipulation with Umar, and how there are so many people who are deceived by Umar. He's the great deceiver of our time in the Black conscious space, to where they're throwing the Jamaican immigrant under the bus. The story is untrue in the first place, but now they're calling this, it should be their brother. They're calling him a low vibrational being or human, whatever he said.
You got him in the Caribbean, you got him in the. I'm just putting it out.
Humans exist
in every group.
Yeah, this is Garbage. Low frequency human.
You got them in Africa, you got them in the Caribbean, you got them in America.
It's just people to support whatever they talk.
Because you asked the question, I wanted to be specific with my answer.
Yeah. So I would suggest that I'm asking if you consider when you give that advice, are you aligning yourself in a metacognition type of way?
Yeah, Umar is not. He doesn't know what you're talking about.
Where this is concerned in terms of the advice about ego. Do you see yourself?
I don't.
Ego. What advice about Umar is the most egotistical person I've seen. This brother, I don't even know what he's talking about. Let's see.
Well, every human being has an ego.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a psychologist.
No, I know that.
Stay with me. Every human.
Yeah, he's not a psychologist.
Human being has an ego.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think of myself, and I've been told by many that I'm a very humble brother.
Yeah. This is wild. Umar, you have no humility. None. I've been talking about this for years. That's one of your biggest problems in life is you lack humility. Your ego is out of control. Your ego's been out of control. Listen, it was out of control back in 2005. And it's way out of control in 2026. It was out of control when you were in the UNIA. Your ego is so huge. And yet you're saying here that you like to think of yourself. Yeah, you like to think of yourself, but that's your ego saying that. Because you're narcissistic. And then you also delusions of grandeur, and you're also delusional. Your ego that's one of your, if not your biggest problem, that's one of your biggest problems in life is your ego is unchecked. And it is so huge and also so fragile, which is the case with many narcissists. You have no humility. I've been talking about this for many, many years. And I told you that if you don't humble yourself, then the universe, or if you want to say God, is going to humble you. And you don't want that. Because the universe and God, they're not worried about how you feel about it. These are the consequences. And I'll propose that one of the reasons why, Umar, you're where you're at now in life and have been for a long time, living off of your mom at the age of 52, homeless since 2019, into 2019, don't have a job or a legitimate business, always begging for money, got 3 baby mamas, at least 3 baby mamas in Philadelphia alone, don't take care of your kids, you're a deadbeat, don't pay child support on time, don't scam millions of dollars out of Black people around the world for a school that doesn't exist, is because of your ego. In the sense of entitlement, that's part of the ego. You feel entitled to all of this. But you don't see your life for what it is. You're a failure. Instead of owning up to your failures and owning up as a man, what do? You blame other people via sabotage. It's always sabotage. It's always someone else's fault. That's your ego. See, you don't want to admit, your ego doesn't want to admit that you're a failure, so you're always blaming other people as to why it is that you fail. And yet you say that you humble. No, what a humble person would do, male or female, would say, hey, listen, I messed up. It's my fault. I'm going to do better. And then things get better. But with Umar, it's always someone else's fault. I'm not going to do better because I don't have to, because it's not my fault. And things continue to get worse for you, Umar. You ain't figured that out yet? At the age of 52? Where's the wisdom? You ain't figured that out with 6 degrees, allegedly? It's 5, but you say 6. And you the most requested scholar? That's not scholarly. It's not even intelligent. You ain't figured that out at 52. See, your ego wants to believe that you don't have a huge ego. That's what the ego does, right? But see, what Umar does, because he says, I like to think of myself. Yeah, you like to think of yourself as that. That's your ego talking. But then he says, people have told me. That's his way of justifying why it is that he doesn't have a big ego, because people done told him that. Well, I'm telling you right now, Umar, at the age of 52, your ego is out of control, and it's been out of control for decades. In fact, everyone in Cook Crush Chat, if you think that Umar's ego is out of control, hit the 1. That way, Umar, when you see this, all the people who hit that 1, they're telling you too that your ego is out of control. So you go on based upon what someone told you, well, then consider us over here too. because we're going to be more honest with you about your ego that's out of control than these people who glaze on you, that continue to inflate your ego. That's why these women, real quick, these women that you think you have control over, like Hanera and these other groupies, what they do is they placate to your ego. And you so stupid, and your ego is so out of control that you go along with their okie doke, thinking that you in control, when in point of fact, they running game on your stupid ass. How about that? That's how out of control your ego. Now, if you had your ego under control, you wouldn't be fazed by that and them complimenting you and all this kind of stuff. You wouldn't be fazed by that. But they know how to manipulate you. You manipulate them too, because it's all a bunch of bull jive anyway. The whole cult is. But you need to understand something. One of the reasons why that there are women that they will take advantage of you. Then you try to say, no, well, listen, it's you, yes. But there are women, they know that your ego is out of control and they'll placate to it to run game on you. And you so stupid. And your ego is so out of control, you'll go along with the okie doke. Ain't no telling how many hundreds of thousands of dollars that you done tricked off on women who done did this to you. But see, you're not a victim. Let's be clear about that. That's not what I'm saying. See, you're a trick. And this is what happens to tricks. There's another term for this. I can't remember what the term is. I probably wouldn't use it though, even if I could remember what the term is. See, it's not just that you don't know how to commit to a woman and that you don't want to, but it's also that you attract the kind of women that are diabolical in the first place because you diabolical, and they look upon you as a resource too. Yeah, and then there's women that are not like that and that you manipulate and you exploit. I get that too. But I'm talking about these cult members. So stupid. They ain't got no sense. Anyway, I don't even know how we got on that topic. I got blowed off. Okay, let's see. Kadar says Umar targets women he can discredit if they expose. Yeah, another thing that he does too. I don't know if people know that. I think we talked about this briefly in the past. But what he does is the reason why he gives his number out is because he wants the women to text him and see if they text him, he can say simply, "Hey, listen, who is this? Oh, you were at the speaking engagement. Can you send me a picture? Because I don't remember who you were." But when they sent, he's just gathering intelligence. It's military. It's called reconnaissance. I think that's the word, reconnaissance. So they send him a picture and he can gauge, okay, that's this woman. Okay, she looks like, oh, yeah. And then she'll keep responding. Based upon how that text goes, he can figure out whether or not he can exploit them financially or sexually. But see, this escalates over time. He gets personal information about them. He may have them send him some nudes, some booty pics or whatever, because that's what he was doing with the conscious stripper. And then he uses that as leverage. Didn't he do that with Lenon last year? You guys remember that? I didn't put the picture up here. Didn't he do that with Lenon? He's diabolical. He can go to jail for that because that would be considered to be revenge porn. Revenge porn. He posted that on his Instagram page. So there's no telling how many women that he's done this and used leverage to. Ain't no telling because he's diabolical with this. And yet people somehow give him a pass. They got him over there in Jamaica. You guys don't know that you got a child of Satan up over there. Babylon them. Okay. And you guys think that he's some great leader, but this is who y'all bringing up over there. All right. Okay. It ain't got nothing to do with the white man or white supremacy. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's called deception. And Umar is the great deceiver of our time in the Black conscious space. Anyway, thanks, Kadar. Pisano says, I know your daughters will be protected. I'm very protective of my daughters, you know. And I am of my sons too, to a degree, but like my older sons, it's, you know, I give them advice when I can. I give them my best advice, but I told them, listen, this is your life to live. If you need my help with anything, you let me know. And I will say something from time to time if you ain't doing it, if I feel like you need that guidance. But for the most part, you know, I trust you, you know. But with my daughters, I don't play because I know how the world is. And it's not just the racism, but it's also the sexism. You know, anyway, I can go off on this. I'm extremely protective of my children and my daughters in particular, and I ain't playing no games with nobody. Okay, and anyone ever meet me, and I'm a real cool, peaceful person, but I don't tolerate bullshit from nobody. I don't care who it is. So you bring me some bullshit, don't get in your feelings after I say something. See, and that's the thing about me. I don't really talk all that much. I don't. And I'm real cool and peaceful, real cordial. But if you bring me some bullshit, I'm gonna come at you, and don't get all into your feelings, because you wasn't caring about what you were saying when you was talking before. Now that I call you out on the bullshit, don't get oh my, I can't believe he. No, don't do that now. You know, the same thing apply to my daughter. Don't bring no bullshit to my daughters, because it's gonna be a problem, especially if you male. Anyway, thank you, Prasad. Usually, if I says no high value women, science, med, law, etc. mess with. Listen, I don't know that as a statement of fact. Meaning, you know, if they're in law, in medical, engineering, or in science, I don't know if that's true or not. There may have been some. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about standards. So someone can have low standards and be in law school, or they can be a lawyer. They can still have low standards. There could be women who work regular old jobs. Okay, and there ain't nothing wrong with that, but a regular old job, but they may have very high standards. So what I will say is that if a woman is willing to even deal with Umar in the first place, their standards are low. And listen, we should have standards, men and women. We should have standards, and the higher the standards, the better. It doesn't mean that I'm talking about standards in terms of really meaningful things. Does she have integrity? Does he have integrity? Is he trustworthy? Is she trustworthy? Is he interested in a loving long-term relationship? Is she interested in that? That's what I'm talking about in terms of setting standards. Because if they're not, then don't even waste time. Don't even bother. And if that's what you want, that's what I mean. The standards, whatever standard you set, you should be able to live up to those too, right? So so it's not just like, okay, are they an engineer? Okay, are they a doctor? That's not what I'm saying. And people can have those standards too. But what I'm saying is that I'm talking more about character, and that makes a huge difference when it comes to relationships. It makes a huge difference. Umar is not a man of character. And yeah, there could be lawyers out there that they wouldn't care about that. There could be people who are a scientist. They wouldn't care about that. But on the other hand, there may be someone who works at Walmart, but the woman has high standards, and they wouldn't be dealing with someone like Umar. The point is character. More important than anything else is character. And Umar, he's of poor character. And that's one of the problems, is that people say things like, it's not about the messenger, it's about the message. No, I vehemently disagree. It's about the character of the individual in the first place. I don't care about what anybody got to say. It's about how you live your life. And Umar lives his life like a low-down charlatan. Okay. But like I said, if there's women that they have that standard, they want to go that route, that's on them at this point. There's plenty of evidence out there that if they use their rational mind, they thought about this critically, they were patient, and they weren't desperate, they would know right away that he's not the one to be dealing with. And there's plenty of good men out there too. So why waste time? And people do whatever you want to with your time, but it doesn't make sense to me. Why would you waste time on someone who's of low character when there's plenty of men out there who are of high character? Okay, men, why would you waste time on women, a woman that is of low character, when there's plenty of women out there who are of high character? Okay, it's your time to waste, but why do it? That's all I'm saying. Okay. Thank you, Judavon. All my mama says, it's funny hearing you say with your stupid or who are you up there? No, it's true. Listen, he is, and he needs, and he's needed men in his life to tell him that, and that's okay. There's times my sons, they fucking up, I say, listen, no, and I don't have to, it's not malicious, I'm just telling the truth, that's all. Now, I don't say you're stupid, that's not what I'm going to tell my son, but I'll say, listen, that's not what you're doing, that's not the right thing, and you should know better. Now, this is what you should do. Now, and if they choose to do it, fine. Okay, this doesn't happen often, but I'm just saying this, and I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, and I'm not going to lie to them and say, oh, no, it's okay, baby. No. This is the real world. You grown. This is what the situation is. This is what you need to change. You can either change or you cannot. It's up to you. It's totally up to you. See, Umar needed that. He needed that way back in the day in his life. He needed that when he was a child. He didn't have that. So all I'm just telling Umar what he should have. Real men, if he had real men in his life, should have told him in the first place. And yeah, he is stupid. He is, and that's okay too. Well, I'm not saying it's okay. If you're stupid about something, get smart. That's all. It's that simple. Nothing personal. Okay. Emotions ain't got nothing to do with it. It's that simple. That's how I look at it. Okay. And then him being a failure. No, he is. And see, if you tell someone that they're a failure and they're a failure and they're not all in their ego, they're going to acknowledge that. And then they're going to make changes. They may even ask you, okay, what do you think I should do? And you give them your best advice and they can take it or leave it. But see, Umar, you can tell him that he's a failure, which he is. And instead of owning up to his failure, what does he do? Sabotage. It's everyone else's fault. So he can either deal with the reality of the situation or deal with the fantasy that he wants to live in. But see, the truth is, it's the fantasy and the ego that has gotten him to where he's at today. And he hasn't figured it out. That's why I'm saying he's stupid. He hasn't figured it out yet. But the reason why he's where he's at in life and why things keep getting worse, and Umar, you know what I'm talking about, is because he's unwilling to change and admit failure. See, a real man who's not all tied up into his ego admits failure and he makes the appropriate changes to do better. It's that simple. Ain't got nothing to do with emotions. So yeah, he's stupid, and yeah, he's a failure. And he's going to continue to be stupid and continue to be a failure until he makes changes. And it's that simple. All right. Thanks, all my mama. And then Brandon says, hey, Lenor, I just finished watching the new episode of Lanterns, and as a sci-fi nerd, I think you love it. I haven't even heard of that. Lanterns. That's sci-fi? Okay. Oh, it's on HBO. I'll look into it. I'm always looking for good sci-fi. All right. I'll get with it tonight. I'll see what I can find. Yeah, and then if I like it, I'll let you know. I'm always looking for. I've been watching Aliens. Lately it's Alien. I watch them in order. It's chronological order, not based upon when they premiere, but chronological order in the universe's timeline. And then there's also the Predator movies that coincide. So all of that is some good stuff. It is. Alien is probably, in my opinion, it's the greatest, the first one, the greatest sci-fi movie of all time, I think. I was going to put together a list of that, my top 10 sci-fi. But right now, I'm doing the Aliens. And I'm also, like, on a side quest, I've been watching, it's not really sci-fi and futuristic sci-fi, but I've been watching House of the Dragon, because season 3 just ended. So I went back and watched season 1, season 2, and then I'm going to watch season 3. Anyway, thanks for the recommendation. I'll look it up once I get up out of here. And it looks like, I guess this is a lantern. Is it? And I see that ring, so this is probably with the Green Lantern. Yeah, I hadn't even heard of this. Yeah. Ahsoka's they're working on Ahsoka 2, the next season of that. So I'm looking forward to that as well. I'm always looking for sci-fi. So you guys got any recommendations, please let me know. Okay, thanks, Brandon. May the force continue to be with you. Jay Civic says, I think Umar Johnson has figured it out. He plays the role. Well, I'll say this. In terms of Umar's personal life, I don't think he's figured it out. Because if he did, he wouldn't have to be living with his mama at the age of 52. Okay, and again, people can argue, well, he's a primary caretaker. If he's in primary caretaker, he wouldn't be over in Jamaica. He wouldn't be over in Africa. He wouldn't be in California or in Texas or Georgia and Atlanta. He wouldn't. That wouldn't happen. Umar has received all of the financial resources that he needs to be successful. And if he had figured it out, he would be able to maximize that to where he's not living in his mama's room in his mama closet at the age of 52 in Section 8 housing. It's just diabolical to me. See, now it could be that Umar knows that he's a failure, but he doesn't care. But the fact that he always goes to sabotage, and he's been doing this for at least 21 years now, going back to the UNIA letter, I think that that's a mental health issue with Umar, with the narcissism more than anything else. And in that sense, I don't think he's figured it out. See, he should have his own place. He should have his own car. Okay. And I hate to say this, but I'm talking about I hate to say this. If Umar was right in the head mentally, he should have a wife by now and settle down. He should be an active participant in his children's lives. He should be supporting them financially, but also emotionally. Okay, and the list goes on and on and on. And he shouldn't be asking for money, for the last 15 years. It's just not necessary. It wouldn't be necessary. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's figured it out. I think what Umar does is he plays the part that is easiest to survive. Okay? What I mean by that is the part of the cyber bomb, perpetual beggar, deadbeat with little responsibilities that he adheres to and is always asking for something. That is the easiest role for Umar to play to get the most out of other people for survival purposes, for his own survival purposes. That's what I'll say. Okay. Thanks, Jay Civic. Sonia says, I'm a teacher and consider character high value. Umar Johnson has no morals, arrogant and disrespectful. Women who value character would not deal with him. And I agree. Yeah, they wouldn't. And character is the most important thing that you can teach to a child. Character is the most important thing that you can look out for. As real talk, character should be something that we should develop in our own life continuously. And then as we get older and we start getting into relationships, character should be the primary issue. So I can think about my relationships early on. And I'm not going to say that the women were a poor character, but there were things that at least some of the people that I was dealing with back then that they were doing in the relationship that will lead me to conclude now at the age of 50, about to be 51, that they didn't have their character wasn't in order. I remember one, this early on, I think I was in high school still. They went on a date with an ex-boyfriend. That's poor, that's low character. Right? And I'm loyal like a hound dog. You ain't gonna see me. It's just not in my care. I wouldn't even waste. I ain't got time to be wasting. Even I wouldn't be wasting time with all these different women, dealing with all these women and trying to talk to all my side. Who got time for that? It's just stressful and just unnecessary. It doesn't even make sense. But people do what they want to do. But that was an indicator of poor character. She was a nice young lady, okay, but just poor character. It's a bad decision. And she wanted to go out with me, but I had a concert. A music concert, and that's what she did. And she told me later, and I was like, I never really got over that. Then I can give another example. When I was about 23, I was dating a woman. She was 33, and I was at a performance. It was a performance of the rehearsal out of UCLA, so I was out of town. And then when I got back in town, one of our mutual friends called me on the phone. It was an older brother, and I was 23. He was probably in his 30s, mid 30s, could have been at 40. He called me and said, listen, I'm gonna let you know, young blood, I saw your girlfriend at the mall. I said, okay. He said she was with her ex-boyfriend. She didn't tell me about it, but at a certain point I brought it up. No, she didn't tell me about it, but I think at a certain point she brought it up. I think that's what happened. Remember, she probably felt bad about it. And then when we talked about it, she says, well, he's my friend and blah, blah, blah. And you can't expect me to not, because he's my friend. And I just thought about it, says, no, that's inappropriate. Even at the age of 23, that's inappropriate. You don't do that. I didn't even say that to her, but that's how I felt about it. And that was the beginning of the end for that relationship. So that was poor character. Now, does that mean that she's a bad person? No, she made a bad decision, but the decision was based upon poor character, because if you're in a committed relationship, you're not going to do your partner like that. See, and again, I've always been loyal. Just as how I am. I'm loyal like a hound dog. My wife will tell you that's just how I am. But the point is that we have to have standards. If I had low standards and I had gone through those experiences, then I may have stayed in those relationships, but who knows how that would have unfolded later on in life. Okay, but we have to have standards, and we have to adhere to those standards too. If I say, listen, you know, it's wrong for you to be going out with your ex-boyfriend while I'm out of town, then that also applies to me. If you ain't around, or you're out of town, I should be going out with my ex. It's just crazy. I wouldn't do that. That's just crazy. Okay, all right. And again, we're young. I was young. She was 33 though. She was 10 years older. She was a nice a woman though. You know, it wasn't like a mean person or anything like that. But she made a bad decision. And to me, it was an indicator of her character. And there was other stuff too. But a character, like she was still married to her so-called ex-husband, but she made it seem like they had already divorced. Okay, I was young and dumb. All right. Anyway, just go back to what you're saying. Yeah, high value is important. Character is very important, and especially in relationships. And if you can find a good woman who is a good character, or a good man who's a good character, it has saved you a lot of unnecessary pain and suffering in relationships or even in marriage. Okay. All right. Thank you, Sonia, for the super chat. All right. Let's see. Leslie says, sent in 80 joules and says, clock it. Thank you so much, Leslie. Why your cat got glasses on? JCSU says, what's immoral to us is not immoral to others. Yeah, that's another factor. That's what I'm saying. Even with Umar, I don't think that it registers in Umar's mind that what he's doing is wrong. I think he's been living like this for such a long time. So the level of morality is not there. Okay. He's not an ethical person, but he's not a moral person. Now, there's a difference. And instead of Umar making changes to do better, and we should all do this because no one's perfect. I was talking about this earlier. Instead of making changes, he just continues to live his life, and it's the easiest way for him to live life this way. But he doesn't realize that by doing this, that he's destroyed himself and continues to destroy himself, and things are getting worse and worse and worse. And he knows that. He knows that things are getting worse. It's just that he tries to blame it on other people. It's always someone else's fault. Okay? All right. Thanks, Jay Civic. And then Asmana says, as a 72-year-old retiree, congratulations on retirement, I am more disappointed at the people who are easily fooled than the scammer himself. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say that I'm disappointed in Umar because I know how Umar is. I've studied this guy. I'm doing a whole documentary on his life right now. I've researched this guy. I'm not disappointed in Umar. He is who he is. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to change. He's about to be 52. Okay, the clock is ticking, but more importantly, he's just gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. So yeah, I can't say that I'm disappointed in Umar. There's stuff that he's done that I'll say, man, that's wrong or that's horrible. But disappointment, that assumes that I have a standard that I expect Umar to adhere to. No, Umar, he's moralist. Okay, amoral, I should say. Okay, he's not ethical. He's not of a high character person. He's just not. So the expectation is, I don't even have an expectation. What I would expect is for him to just continue to lie, continue to cheat, continue to steal, continue to scam, and be who he is. That's who he is. However, people who are fooled, easily fooled by him, am I disappointed? I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to say that I'm disappointed. What I will say is that I can't, in my own mind, come up with a legitimate reason, not even an excuse, but a reason why people could allow themselves to be so easily fooled. I can't come up with one. Not in 2026. Now, if we go back to 2014, maybe 15, maybe 16, maybe, but in 2026, no. And that's what I mean. I think there's a difference in terms of timeline. As modern, if we go back to 2014, 15, 16, 17, I could see how people could be easily fooled. But in 2026, I just can't see it. But can I say I'm disappointed in people for not seeing it? I can't say that directly. What I will say, because I think it's complex. I think that if people are just learning about Umar, let's say over the last 2-3 years, not even 3 years now, my goodness, let's say over the last 2 years, and they're fooled by this charlatan, I think I can give them a pass. Yeah, okay, I get it. They haven't done the research. They don't know. But if they've been following Umar for the last 5, 10, 15 years, then that's them. Now, one last way of looking at this is if people who have looked into Umar, researched Umar, maybe they've seen some of my videos or other Umar Johnson critics or people who have reported on Umar over these many years. If they've watched all of that and they still support Umar and still allow themselves to be easily fooled, I'm disappointed in that. Because there's enough information. If for people who've been around long enough, there's so much information, more than what would be necessary for people to say, hey, wait, I'm not going to be fooled by this guy anymore. There's so much information out there. I could say, yeah, that's fair. I would be disappointed in people. They dismiss the information, they dismiss the facts, they dismiss the receipts, they dismiss the evidence, they dismiss the proof that I've provided and many other people have provided over these many years. And they still allow themselves to be easily fooled by this scammer charlatan named Umar Johnson. Okay, I see your point. Okay, thank you, Esmara. And then Black Mara says, Umar lies so much, he's convinced himself that his lies are the truth. Yeah, and one of the things I've learned about Umar recently, and it took a long time, but with Umar, he'll tell lies. And initially you can tell he's just formulating them and he doesn't believe them. He does when he tells them, it doesn't even sound convincing. But then what happens is the more and more he tells that lie or lies, but in this case, let's say that lie, the more specificity he adds to it. It gets more convoluted though too, but then he believes it more. Okay, that's diabolical. That's a mental health issue right there. That's why now that now these days when he tells the story about the immigrant, he can tell it because he's told it so many times. You can tell he's more comfortable telling. He's still lying though. You can still see the telltale signs when he's lying. He started messing with his nose. Okay. But he's more comfortable now than when he first brought that lie up on Father David's podcast. And he has more specificity these days compared to back then. It's a big lesson I've learned about Umar more recently. Okay? Yeah, it's got to be a mental health thing though for him to lie so profusely and then start to believe it. Okay, there has to be something sort of diagnostic, some kind of mental health condition associated with that. But I also think it all goes back to Umar and the narcissism because he doesn't want to hold himself accountable for anything. So he just starts lying. But I think he's been doing that since childhood. Okay, he's a pathological liar. Thanks, Black Mario. And then Baba Hogan says, if offered, would you accept a role in the management of FDMG? Okay. All right, Baba Hogan, real quick, and we're going to be done. Let's assume that FDMG open next month. And let's assume that Umar was like, listen, I'll pay, because it's going to have to be 6 figures. Okay. Let's assume at least. If he says, let's assume Umar said, hey, listen, I know we had our disagreement. I know you've hated on me for many years, as well as the Cookie Crush chat. This is stupid. Okay. I know you're a hater and I called you a gay. I know I was lying. I called you a YouTube and struggle streamer, even though I'm a struggle streamer. Okay. But let's let bygones be bygones. Damn it. So it's okay, Umar. Okay. I want to pay you $120K to help me manage FDMG. $120K a year. Would I do it? No. If Umar said $200K, I'd be like, nah. If he said $500K, I said nah. I wouldn't do it. Okay. And there's different reasons. Number one, and this kind of ties to the theme for today, is just character. That's like there's still goofy people that say, Lenon, well, you're always criticizing them. Why don't you talk to them and figure out what you could do to help? I'm not going to help someone who's a scammer. What are you talking about? And Umar, he's welcome on my podcast any day of the month, this month or next month, or any month of the year. He's welcome in. If Umar want to come on right now, he's probably watching. Hi, Umar. You can come on right now. I'll pay you. But you got to answer questions and you got to answer honestly. And I know when you're lying. How much money have you raised for FDMG in total? How much money do you have left over right now? How much was the purchase price for these trap bandos? Do you be live streaming in your mama closet? Okay, et cetera, et cetera. So no, no amount of money because of character. And I wouldn't want to associate myself with someone of that poor character or poor character in general. Okay? I just would not. And then all the other stuff. Him talking reckless about black women, him talking reckless about children, black children, him talking about he wants to murder the boys on the corner. Nah. See, the boys with the thug energy. What does that mean? What you talking about? Listen, that's something I know people, they probably wonder why I'm so disgusted by that, because I grew up around people who was in them streets. I was never in the streets, but I grew up around it. Family members, a lot of friends. Right? So I've got hemmed up and all kind of, going to jail, dead, all that kind of stuff. Drive-bys. It's Southern California back in the day. So to hear Umar talk like that about these so-called thugs, it's offensive to me. So I would never, ever, and there's no amount of money that anyone would ever be able to pay me to associate myself with Umar at this fake, funky school called FDMG that doesn't exist. Okay. Thanks, Baba Hogan. It's a good hypothetical. Then I start working there. He said, well, listen, I ain't got the money right now, but can I, I can give you something. Maybe I can slide you, I don't know, a hot pocket or two. No, I don't want no hot pockets. Okay, I want raw cash. Okay, thanks, Bob. Here's the 225 says, not one person pressed him on the inspector's name. Great question. Why hasn't Umar told us who this phantom inspector's name is, this immigrant, Jamaican immigrant who's sabotaging FDMG? This is another reason why I know that this is a lie. Because there have been times where things have happened in the past dealing with the city where Umar has given specific names. And the reason why he gave names is because he was doxing the individual. It was a woman. Anybody remember this? He was doxing the woman because he wanted his followers to do his dirty work. That's what he tends to do anyway. How many of y'all remember that? Most of y'all don't, or don't. Most of y'all don't know about that. That was the block party. I think it was a second block party. And there's someone who Umar was talking about the date when it was going to happen, and there was someone out there. I ain't gonna say no names. There was someone out there in Wilmington that scheduled another block party on that same block at that same time. Boy, that was so messy. Anyone remember that one hit the one? So what happens is Umar was mad about that. It's always something. Now I ain't gonna tell you who it was. See, a lot of y'all don't know about that. It'll be in the document. Now I ain't gonna put that part in the documentary. Yeah, 7 8 OGs, y'all know what I'm talking about. So this is what happened. Oh yeah, he was real mad. He was mad. He was doing videos and cursing and everything. so instead of Umar realizing that someone had trolled the shit out of him, because that's major troll. I ain't gonna say no names. He gets mad at the lady who he was contacting to get this thing, get the permit to actually have the block party. And what did he do? He gave her name. Yeah, the first and last, if memory serves me correctly. So it was a real situation. Just Umar, he didn't realize that it's not the city trying to sabotage him. Someone had legitimately scheduled, but it ended up getting fixed and worked out in the end. But that's how I know that this story about this Jamaican immigrant, well, that's one of the reasons. That's not the only reason, because I've actually researched and looked into this. This is one of the reasons why I know that he's lying about this Jamaican immigrant, because he doesn't have a name that he shares, because he knows that if he shared that name, I will, and people in the chat room and other content creators who report on Umar, they're going to go do their due diligence. And if it's a city official or someone associated with the city, that would all be online, and you can contact them. You can email them, make a phone call, and we'll find out. They'll be able to validate what I've stated, and that is that this is nothing more than a lie. You see, so that's a really good point right there. Okay, I use you to 5. Even these Jamaicans who Umar's lying to, they should ask, well, who's the guy's name? And then Umar extends the story after over time. He says that it's not just them, it's their supervisor. And then he says not just their supervisor, it's their manager. Okay, he doesn't do that exact terminology, but in other words, it's up the line. And so the reason why he does that is because I called him out. I said, well, listen, if you have a problem with this Jamaican immigrant who's a so-called inspector and they're sabotaging you, you go to their superior. And I said, if you can't get it resolved with them, then you go to their superior. That's what I said. And so the next time Umar told that story, he adds in more specificity to cover that. He says, oh, it's not just that person, it's also their boss and their boss's boss. You see that? But Umar's never given the inspector's name or the inspector's supervisor or the inspector's manager's name. He doesn't do that. But that's because he knows that if he lied on someone like that and gave their name or gave a name, because it's all a lie in the first place, he gave someone official's name, then people are going to go look it up, talk with the person, email or phone call, and then they'll find out very quickly that he's lying. He could also be subject to litigation too. See? All right. Great point right here, user 225. Great point. All right, thank you for the soup chat. Everyone else, let me do these soup chats. We'll be up out of here. JCSU says, hey, all the major platforms that support Umar Johnson, hit him up with that $500K, $200K check to keep this school going. Let them pay for his shizzle. Their belief will switch when it's their children's money. Yeah, and here's the thing. Umar gets paid on some of these platforms. Like when he goes to Breakfast Club, I don't think he gets paid, but he promotes FDMG. And he got a lot of followers and a lot of donation money because he's on the Breakfast Club. Now, not these days, because Breakfast Club now on Netflix. I'm talking about when it was specifically on YouTube. Okay. So these other platforms, though, they will pay Umar, but it's only enough. It's not enough to finance a school. It's not big time money, but it's enough for Umar to use to go trick it off or to go get high. And then I tell people what happens is Umar, he does that and he runs through that money. And then he goes, after the money's gone, he goes up to these trap banners to beg. That's exactly what he did after he was on the Art of Dialogue most recently. But he's done this many times over the years. So pattern behavior with Umar, okay? Pattern recognition. But if these podcast hosts and these platforms were so serious about Umar and Umar's alleged mission, and his main mission is what? FDMG? That's what and he's collecting millions of dollars for it. Why don't they drop $500K, 200K, 20K, 50K on this, and then make it public? Let people know that. Well, they don't do that because they know that Umar's a scammer. Okay, but J Civic, they'll have Umar on to scam their audience. Isn't that deep? Talk about integrity and character. They'll art on our dialogue. He'll have Umar on. They don't talk much about FDMG though, like they used to. Umar don't want to talk about that. I'm talking about them earlier interviews. See, Umar was up there. Maybe Art didn't know back then. He knows now. Because I remember one interview, I can tell he was watching some of my videos. At the very least, he saw the documentary, the first documentary. Because he's like, yeah, they're saying that you blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they, okay, that you talk about me. Okay, he might have been talking about other Umar Johnson critics, but when he says they, and then based upon what he was talking about, and then the timing when he was talking about what he was talking about, it coincided perfectly with what we had been talking about prior to that, dealing with Umar. Okay, so and again, I'm not saying that it was just me that he's referring to, but I know that he's seen some of these videos. If nothing else, he's seen part of the first documentary. Same thing with Lord Jamar, because the question that Lord Jamar was asking Umar, a lot of those questions, they were formulated from that first documentary. So the point I want to make is that those earlier days when they would have Umar on, they may not have known, but they know now. So when they have him on, they don't talk about FDMG all that much. In some cases, they don't talk about it at all. But are they donating 50K, 200K to Umar to support this mission? No, they're not doing that. Why not? Well, because they know that it's a scam. It'd be a waste of money. Same thing with last point. Same thing with Charlemagne. He still defends Umar, and it's ridiculous. And he knows for sure that Umar's a scammer. But is Charlemagne contributing? Is he part of the Loyal Donors Club? No, he's not. He's not sending in $10,000 or five, and he got the money. He ain't sending $10,000 a month to be a loyal donor. No, he's not. They're not supportive of this foolishness because they know that Umar Johnson is a scammer, but they'll have him on for the views and they'll expose their audience to being scammed by Umar. All right. Thanks, Jay Civic. U25 says Umar Johnson needs a bank account with Don. All right. 225 gonna host the Cantonese barbecue cookout party at FDMG. All right, well, you do that. All right, I won't be attending, homie. Okay. All right. Thanks, user 225. Okay, let's finish this up. I think there's probably about 3 minutes on this video, and then we'll be out of here. If you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that like button. Our goal is 400. Let's see what we got to. Let's see. Got to 328, which is awesome. Okay, thank you guys so much for that. And then let me close out the poll. Have you donated to FDMG? 8% said yes. 92% said no. Okay. And we close that out. Thanks everyone who voted on that. Okay, let's finish this up. And then tomorrow we'll come back with where Umar was interviewed. And I think that will conclude the whole his Jamaica trip. And then on Wednesday, we want to cover Umar where he's talking with these kids. But then I have some other stuff too from the last week of Umar that we need to get caught up on too. Okay, so here we go.
Right? I like to think of myself. If I get out of control, my elders will put me back in my place. You understand? And a human being has an ego. I'm a psychologist.
No, I know that.
Stay with me. Every human being has an ego. I like to think of myself, and I've been told by many that I'm a very humble brother.
No, they don't know Umar. They haven't researched him. His ego is out of control. He lacks humility. Okay.
Yeah. Right. And that's how I like to think of myself. If I get out of control, my elders will put me back in my place. You understand?
No, there are no elders. Umar, he doesn't have elders to G-check him. Because if he did, he would have already made the corrections needed. And let's go here, just hypothetically. Let's say that Umar had elders who G-checked him because he's always fucking up. But let's say he has elders that G-checking whenever he messes up, which would literally be like every single month, this month and last month and every other month. Umar's ego was so out of control that he would dismiss it. And he wouldn't adhere to their advice, their wisdom. And I'm going to tell you guys, that's another reason why Umar's life is where it's at and how the reason why it's gotten worse and worse and worse. Because even if hypothetically he has elders, his ego is so out of control that when they G-check him or give him guidance, give him wisdom, his ego is so out of control that he doesn't adhere to it. And it's reflected in the evidence, and the proof is his life and where he's at in life. See, an elder would say, hey, listen, you should have your own place. You shouldn't be living off your mama at the age of 52 in Section 8 housing. You should have your own vehicle. That's what the elder would say. Okay? You should have either a job or a legitimate business or both. Right? But he doesn't have those things in his life. So that proves that he doesn't have elders to get him on course when he screws up. But his daddy? No, cut it out. So who are these elders? Well, these elders are fictitious, just like his team is fictitious, just like FDMG is fictitious. Everything is run based upon Umar's ego, and it's out of control.
Understand? And I look to them for that guidance. But as it relates to ego,
yeah, see him rubbing his nose.
That I'm a very humble brother.
Yeah.
Right? And that's how I like to think of myself. If I get out of control, my elders will put me back in my place. You understand? And I look to them for that guidance.
See him rubbing on his nose? This is a telltale when he's lying.
But as it relates to ego, I don't think that's a big issue for Dr. Umar.
Okay. Even the fact that you're talking about yourself and calling yourself Dr. Umar. Okay. What is that, third person? Okay, that's the ego. What are you talking about, Umar? Anyone know what I mean by that? And he's been doing this for such a long time. referring to yourself in the third person is called Eliseism. Am I saying that right? And it can mean anything from a helpful mental trick to reduce stress to a public persona or a sign of ego. See, isn't it fascinating? I'm just talking about from a psychological standpoint. Isn't it fascinating that when they talk about ego, he's questioned about his ego, he gets egotistical to the point where he lies about his ego. He lies about having elders that would G-check him to keep his ego in check. But if his ego was in check by these elders, it wouldn't be out of control. Furthermore, his life wouldn't be where it's at if he had these elders to check him. See how he's just lying? None of this compute. I'm talking about it as a logic stream. But furthermore, he's saying that he doesn't have, his ego is not out of control, but he refers to himself in the third person. He does it all the time too. But referring to yourself in the third person, as Umar Johnson does, is a sign of ego. It's called Eliism, and Illyism. I could be saying it wrong. Okay, I'll make sure that I'll correct myself in the future if I'll use this. Matter of fact, I'll make sure. Let me write this in my notes because we haven't really talked about this. But he does. He refers himself in the third person all the time. So the definition, Illyism means using your own name or third person pronouns like he, she, or it instead of first person words like I, me, or my. Okay. The origin of the word comes from the Latin word ille, which means he or that man. I see what's going on here. Okay. Common reasons people do it: emotional distancing, saying your own name during a stressful moment helps your brain calm down. That's interesting. It lets you look at your problems like an outsider instead of feeling overwhelmed. Okay. Performance in branding, athletes, politicians, and performers use it to build a larger than life character. Okay, that's tied to ego though too. It can make a public figure sound more objective or memorable. Okay, exaggerations, embellishment, that's what Umar Johnson does. Communication and neurodivergence. Some autistic individuals use third-person speech to make social interactions easier or talk when they feel overwhelmed. That's interesting. Trauma processing. Talking about a painful memory in the third person can give a person the safety and compassion they need to. I don't think that's what this is going on here. And then when it can be a concern, ego or grandiosity, which starts to Umar's narcissism too. Constant use of third-person self-reference can point to narcissism or a puffed-up self-image. People sometimes use it to act superior or avoid taking personal blame. Okay. Sabotage. Wow. Context matters. Occasional use during a joke, a speech, or high stress is normal. Habitual, serious use is in everyday conversation can sometimes signal social disconnect or deeper psychological issues. And Umar, it's deeper psychological issues because he does this all the time. You know, the Prince of Pan African just landed in Cincinnati. Huh? What are you talking about? All right. Really interesting. Okay, and I may be saying it wrong, but I'll go and look this up to see exactly how to say this, because it's something that we definitely should be talking about more. Let me go over here to Webster's Dictionary. And do they have audio? Not for this word. Okay, I'll find it though. Okay, did I get to all the super chats? Okay, yeah, I got to use the 5. She want to put us in the book. All right, get it out. All right, thank you for all the super chats, everybody. Let's finish this up. Got like 2 minutes on this. Here we go.
I don't think I would be as popular as I am amongst my people if they cannot relate to me.
Yeah, but even him saying as popular as I am, that's ego.
See, so I don't think that's an issue for me.
Well, you can't disagree, but still good. No?
We can agree to disagree.
Well, by respect.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah. So on one hand, I think he knows that Umar is on some bull jive, but on the other hand, you know, he was still trying to. We were talking about that.
Give it to the queen right behind you. Give it that green right there. Turn that way, Bob.
My question is pretty much now inspired by NFAC. I'm not sure if many people here remember the Not Effing Around movement with Grandmaster J, where they had a militia. Where if there's a Nolan Wells situation, if there's a Tamir Rice situation, if there's a, Bashir Rice, there's a black militia who you're going to have to answer to and answer for, because God.
That was just grandstanding though too with that. I think that guy's in jail now.
Are the days of marching and clapping, because you're the one who said that you're the only people who feel that we can march and sing and clap our way to freedom. We're the only people who feel we can sing, clap, and shake a tambourine our way to freedom.
Okay, listen, you're not enslaved though. Okay, you have freedom. Okay, this again, what I've been talking about, this whole rhetoric about black disempowerment. Okay, there are problems, there is racism, but you are free. Okay, and you can do what you want to do, good or bad. But when you say that somehow you're not free, that, you know, someone has that level of power over you, it's disempowering to you.
It's madness. So, thank you. And in relation to yourself, sir, I'll be brief. All of our major celebrity, political, athletic, black male sports figures have been attacked through the media. Okay, both the good ones and the bad ones.
Yeah, but Umar, he spent a lot of his time attacking these sports athletes, politicians. So this is ridiculous. It's funny.
So I'm saying, even for yourself, sir, you need to have some sort of protection, because we've seen what they've done to our black leaders. They've been set up, they've been assassinated, and I'm saying that we have to
Yeah, this feeds Umar's ego.
protect what we're trying to do right here, right now. So what would you suggest we do to defend what we're trying to develop?
Well said, well said. 3 points. My first point is over the next 12 months.
Here he go. He ain't gonna do none of this over the next 12 months. He's making this up on the spot.
I'm going to have 4 Pan African conferences for the diaspora.
No, you're not. Stop. You haven't had one conference in 20 years. What are you talking about? You're going to have 4 in 1 year? What conference have you put together, Umar? Give me one conference that you put together yourself. You organized it. You know, you contacted people who were going to participate and speak. You publicized it. You marketed it. You paid for the venue yourself. What conference have you done, Umar, over the last 20 years? But all of a sudden, miraculously, when you're asked this question, one of your answers is you're going to do 4 conferences in a year. I told you, I could already tell when he first started talking, you ain't going to do none of this.
One will probably be in Canada.
This guy, he's so, I'll tell you, Umar, his imagination, one will probably, maybe it might, hypothetically. Okay, Canada, where else? Okay, let me see. One's going to be in Africa. One's going to be in maybe in Africa, maybe in Canada. One's going to be in Jamaica, and one's going to be in the United States of America. Okay, let's see what happens.
One will be in the States.
Okay. All right. Africa and Jamaica.
One in Brazil.
Oh, damn, I got it. Okay, Brazil. But you better say Jamaica.
And one in the Caribbean islands.
All right, there you go. There you go. Okay. Somebody says one's going to be in Scotland. What? China. He might as well, because he North Korea. What's his name? One's going to be on Neptune. Yeah, he said Brazil. Yeah, Singapore. I used to love me some Singapore rice noodles back in the day. Russia, Montreal. Yeah, but that Avis, you notice he said probably. Boy, he's so great. Sweden. He's talking about Sweden. Who's the guy? Kim Jong-un, or whatever his name is, in North Korea? I remember one time, Umar, I kid you not, he said he was going to open up FDMG in Amsterdam. I kid you not. Because he was over there. No, it's an early Umar video. I said, man, this guy crazy. Yeah, it's going to be the Los Atlantis. It's going to be in Atlantis. All right. Okay, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Because we, the children of the African slave trade, have to get more united on the grassroots level. Because right now, whether you're talking about Pan Africanism, whether you're talking about reparations, whether you're talking about criminal justice, whether you're talking about food security, whether you're talking about political organization, for the entire diaspora, black bourgeoisies are dominating the conversation. The entire conversation is ran by the black elite. Reparations on down. There are very few grassroots voices at these tapes. It is all university-trained Negroes who no longer have that affiliation.
Here he goes. He's so yeah, Pluto. How's it going, T. Jones? Guatemala. You're in this Easter Island. All right. He said diaspora. I said, what in the world are you talking about? What was I gonna say? Anyway, you see how negative he is, and then on top of this, Umar, he spent 20 years in higher education. So what is he talking about? Okay.
Voices at these tapes. It is all university-trained Negroes who no longer have that affiliation with their brothers and sisters in the trenches. So we're going to have these 4 conferences, and if anyone wants to help out.
He's just making this up on the spot, but he does this all the time. That's what I mean by Umar with his imagination. Literally, he's lying right here.
Entire diaspora, black bourgeoisies are dominating the conversation. The entire conversation.
Yeah, but again, like Ad Davis is saying, I'm sorry, Ad Davis. I always say Ad Davis. A. Davis. I'm sorry. I finally realized after all these years, man, I'm doing stuff. Umar spent 20 years in higher education. So what is he talking about?
Is ran by the black elite. Reparations on down. There are very few grassroots voices at these tapes. It is all university-trained Negroes.
At these what? These tapes? Maybe you meant to say that at, I don't know.
Who no longer have that affiliation with their brothers and sisters in the trenches. So we're going to have these 4 conferences, and if anyone wants to help out, just send me a message. Who do we link?
He made that up on the spot. If anyone wants to help out, send me a message. Yeah, what a hatred for successful black people. Yeah. And part of it too is jealousy and envy, because Umar, he went to 20 years in higher education. That's a long time. Okay, and if you're going to spend 20 years in higher education, you should be working as a professional somewhere, and you should be making crazy money too, right? 6 figures, 150, 175, 250, something like that. But if you notice, Umar, he always attacks successful black people. It's a jealousy thing. See, there are sports athletes, they didn't spend 20 years in higher education, but they're making great money and are successful in their profession. Umar's jealous of that. There are politicians, they didn't spend 20 years in higher education, but they ascend to levels of power in the political system. As an example, Barack Obama, he hates Barack Obama. That's his main hatred. He has so much hate for Barack Obama. It's a jealous thing because he wants to be on that level and be seen with that level of esteem as, you know, a leader of a country. But if we listen to Umar carefully, he has a lot of negative things that he says about successful black people. One of the reasons why is because Umar is an extremely jealous person. It's tied to his ego. But if Umar focused on himself and just focused on being successful in his life, well, I think he would still be hateful though, because he's just a hateful person. So I don't think it would matter. I was trying to figure out a way to where he would be hateful like that, but he's hateful. He's just a part of his personality. He's a hateful person, but an extremely jealous person too. Okay? Thank you, SH Play. All right, last couple of seconds here. Then we up out of here. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in.
With Ibrahim Traore from Burkina Faso.
We can. I missed out on 3 Pan-African conferences that I was invited to last year for my own reasons. I was supposed to meet Ibrahim Traore with Dr. Ericana.
Okay, so what? Who cares? Now, I thought he said he had 3 points that he made. He made 1, and then he's on to something else.
In Burkina, I missed it. Something happened. I was supposed to be at the Pan-African Conference in Togo. Something came up. And then there was a third. I was supposed to keynote Patrice Lumumba's birthday in the Congo.
Oh, stop it. Liar.
And something came up. So all of that is going to come full circle. I still plan to go to the next Pan-African Conference. I still plan to go to Burkina. And I just messaged the Congo today that I'm in.
Here he go. It's a comfortable coincidence. He just today. See, hit the one. Told you guys to watch out for this with the one. When he's in this liar mode.
Come full circle. I still plan to go to the next Pan-African Conference. I still plan to go to Burkina. And I just messaged the Congo today that I'm interested in coming back next year for the independence celebration and Patrice Lumumba.
Okay, what do you mean you just messaged the Congo? That's like Umar earlier. I spoke to China. So did you message China too? What does that mean? I messaged the United States just today. This guy be lying. I'm telling you.
His birthday honor. I just messaged the Congo today that I'm interested in coming back next year for the independence celebration and Patrice Lumumba's birthday honor. Now, we have several black militia in America. Very good, well-trained, well-armed, but they're not united.
Here you go. Negativity. We're almost done.
So one of the things I'm going to need to do in America is have a confidential conference of black militia. They have to get united. Because
the Black Militia Unity Conference now? You're going to do that as well, as long as with these other 4 conferences this year? Stop. He just saying anything. Why do you guys keep saying orange and cream? Sunny D. After that Diddy situation, you can't even talk about Sunny D anymore. Hey, bro, you want some Sunny D? Nah, I'm good. Okay, all right. Anyway, let's keep.
If they don't, the FBI and the CIA will infiltrate them.
What
Absolutely,
are we talking about?
fail. As far as my own security go, I don't go nowhere without it. Anytime I have an event, there's security there, and then there's security that people don't even know is security there.
Umar, stop. No. I have this comedy skit about that. I'll never do it on YouTube. I might do it for members only one day. I use that as an opportunity to share that. Anyway, Umar, he making up anything.
Because I understand the risks. Right. I understand the risks. Yes, and so we do what we can do to prevent those types of tragedies. But we don't let the fear of it stop us from pushing. Because the work got to be done, and no one but the Almighty can dictate when we leave this earth. I appreciate you, my brother. All right.
All right. I wish I had the whole talk, because it edited out. There's edits in here. Okay, so tomorrow we'll get to the third, and I think that's the fun. There's actually a couple other videos, but they're short. But the main video tomorrow is he's being interviewed, and it's a sit-down interview, nice setup and everything out there in Jamaica. And then that will conclude the series dealing with Umar's trip to Jamaica. And then if everything goes well tomorrow, on Wednesday, we'll do the video where Umar is talking to these kids. It's just horrible. It's horrible. And then there's a couple other videos over the last couple of days that have come out that we'll get to on. That will be on Thursday. Okay, but tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow we'll get into that interview video. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Please, if you haven't hit the like button and you enjoyed the show, make sure you hit that like button before you head on out of the building. The goal was 400. We're at 340. Let's see if we get to 350. Okay, can we get to 2 more? I'd appreciate it. I want to thank all of the mods for handling business. Again, I did clear out mods for people who haven't been around. Some haven't been around for years. And if you lost your mod stick or mod status and you want to hold on to it, just email me, or you can let me know inside the chat room at some point. And then I'll remod you. But my expectation, if you're going to mod, to be here at least once a week to handle modding business. Okay. All right. Thank you guys again. Also, thanks everyone who sent in super chats. Y'all are very gracious, and I am content. Okay. Thank you so much for all the support here on my YouTube page. If you send the super chats, super stickers, or gifts, thank you for the support. And then YouTube Device says, stand-up idea, Umar Johnson eating all the food at a Diddy. No. We're not going to do that. Thanks, you 225. You was on relatively good behavior today, I must say. All right. Okay. Relatively. Okay. All right. Thanks again for all the support, everybody. I appreciate it. And as we always
continue with my message. Thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, Sister.
Justice for Sister
Next time,
Avanti.
make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that.
Okay, we got 355. See if we get to 360. Shout out to Black Mario. Next time, make it 20. Scammer Visions is an album. I did the video editing. I got some more of these coming. I just got to get the time to edit them in.
I appreciate that $10
Shout out to Information Man.
donation.
Salute to you, sir. Hope you're doing all right. Appreciate you.
Really
as
do.
always. On my mama.
But next time,
Jimmy Jamboree.
Make it 20.
Thanks, Leslie. For
Next
tuning
time,
on
make
me.
it 20.
She came up smiling after the program was through. Said, brother, here's $10, I'm supporting you. I looked at the queen and I nodded my head. Said, thank you, sister, then this is what I said.
Next time, make it 20.
Times are hard, I understand. Everybody doing the best they can. But dreams this big take more than hope. We're trying to build, not barely cope. Everybody saying, we not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family.
Yeah. Shout out to
we not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices.
I remember that.
Institutions, family.
We'll spin around a long time.
Next time, make it 20.
If
the blessings come your way,
good night.
I appreciate the 10, but here's what I gotta say. Next time, make it 20. Let the whole congregation see.
I don't know how to take that. I don't know how to interpret that, sir. Okay. No Diddy, all right? Okay. Oh, man.
People asking questions every single day.
Sister Avanti, bless you, shouty.
How you gonna build it? How you gonna pay?
Justice for Sister Avanti. Thanks,
I say one donation, one dream at a time.
But do my glasses like you have yours.
Everybody pitching
Thanks to Sean for
to
doing
help
that.
us climb.
Yeah, that's a great piece, Black Mario.
This ain't about quick fixes.
Yeah.
This ain't about little gimmicks.
No, I read it. I'm not reading it again.
For the next generation and all. We not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Oh, we not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions. Institutions, family. Next time, make it 20.
You're welcome, Akilo.
If the blessings come your way, I appreciate the 10. But here's what I gotta say.
I know school back in, so you dealing
next
with them
time,
kids.
make it 20.
Have a good day tomorrow.
Congregation see. Not fisting flat tires. We building institutions, family.
Take that.
Institution builders.
All right. Yeah, good night, peace out.
Institution builders. Yeah. What we doing?
Man, y'all, the jihad.
Okay. What we not doing? We not fisting flat tires.
Yeah, one of my favorite baseball players back in the day, Carlton Fisk.
We not selling water ices. One more time. One more time. We doing it. We building institutions, family. Now everybody clap your hands. Left side sing. We not fisking flat tires. Right side sing.
Oh my goodness.
Right side sing.
Thanks, Mr. Controversy, for the jewels. High five to you and all AB 2006.
Next time,
there's been 10 jewels. Thank you so much. Next time, make it all right.
I appreciate.
What's up, Red Arthur Robin? That's a good show. Check it out. Wilson.
Next time, make it 20. That's the message for today.
Oh, the Kingpin. Okay. I think it's from Marvel Comics. Yeah, I know
flat tires.
Yep.
We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family.
You said Umar 20, he gonna ask for 40.
We not fisking flat tires.
Right, fisk with
we not selling water ices. We building institutions, family.
What in the world? All right.
Next time, make it
right.
20.
Somebody said fried fish. All right. Shout out to Black Marl. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll set it up here in a couple of minutes. Thank you guys again for tuning on. Thanks for all the support. Humbly, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, and I'll talk with y'all soon. Take care. Right, peace.